because of the vaccine and because of the adoption of that vaccine, America was able to almost completely stamp it out of existence. If we backslide in
Testing. Testing, testing. Okay, cool. This is why I didn't start the TikTok live yet. All right. What am I gonna do here? Transform. Give me a second, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm getting the rust off. Okay, and then this needs to get smaller. Hold on, give me a second, everybody. Here, I'll keep playing this guy so you guys have something to hear.
the Department of Health and Human Services
This is,
also oversees federal medical research.
The
Durban
Senate is
out.
talking about confirming RFK or not.
The research has unlocked groundbreaking achievements in public health and will continue to help us cure diseases and work towards solutions for a variety of illnesses. However, the White House announced late last week that they are slashing funding for the National Institutes of Health.
It's not Adam Schiff.
This will have devastating
It's some old guy with
impacts
some
on research
liquid
projects
on
in
the side of his
Colorado and across the United States.
Yeah, I think it's
including
Hinkenlooper.
places in Colorado like CU Anschutz, Fort Lewis College, and National Jewish Health. Our Colorado institutions are at the forefront of medical research for everything from clinical trials for veterans struggling with PTSD to individuals with Down syndrome. These cuts for research institutions, rural hospitals, for our veterans will impact our most vulnerable communities. All this to give tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans.
Okay, we can leave this like this.
Again,
I'm
all for
I'm gonna
making
go live on
government
TikTok.
more efficient, smaller. If you want to seriously look at how we spend money and where we could cut actually.
Okay. We got that set up. TikTok test. Yeah, my mic's working there too. Or at least I think it is.
Dan the man.
Hey, KP.
Yo.
Hey, everyone. Welcome in.
Dan. You're good. Howdy ho.
Howdy ho.
You're late.
I know.
Dan, I missed you.
I missed you
Father,
too.
I sprinted here. Elon's body armor told Trump to shut his mouth. Hi, Dan.
Hi.
Hello. Good evening, Dan.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Dan. Hey, Dan. Dan, you look great.
Thank you.
Hi-o. Hi, Dan. Hi, friend. Hi, Dan.
Everyone.
Hey. Which night of the fall of democracy are we on now? Is this a dream?
Night 20?
Hola.
Something like that.
Hey. Dan the MFING Dan.
Hey, everyone.
What have I missed since the last live? Whoa, are we starting at an 8? Hello, peeps. Hey. Dan. Hi, Dan. Dan, what's up, dude? Did you know Trump nominated the devil to be Secretary of Defense? Dan, what should I order from Kava? Yay, Dan.
The harissa chicken.
The hoodie is here.
The hoodie is here.
Anybody else just been screaming into the void? Dan smiling, let's go. My beautiful baby boy Dan, we are so proud of you.
Thank
Thanos
you.
is head of the Department of Agriculture. Harissa chicken it is, thanks. They are planning to make cuts to Medicaid and named the entire budget for Medicaid. Happy birthday, Jenna Tolls. I ended up getting sick, lol. I am always screaming into the
I'm
WAF.
sorry.
At JYNX the service mutt, yes. Delusional Democrats, lol. Dan, shout out to you and your blood pressure.
Thank you. Thank you.
The void is very crowded these days. Hey Dan. Agree, Chris number 1 on the like counter. Dan Brett Cross mentioned you today in his live.
Oh, did he?
Dan, you're very fashionably late.
I know, I'm sorry.
Big Dan hours. Hey. Hi Dan, welcome back.
Hi, everyone.
Yep, being sick on my birthday is fun. Imagine just bringing your son to a literal Oval Office meeting. Have you seen what Google Maps did?
Yeah, I saw.
Yahtzee MAGA. San, you're too cool for school. At JC. I never get notifications anymore. Hi Dan.
Okay.
At Adriana Parker, I hope you feel better, HBD.
All right.
At Team Eat Neither,
I was
it's weird.
testing it. Okay, I was
I'm making a
testing it.
veggie burger.
I have a feeling.
Welcome Dan, you're a sight for sore eyes.
Let me turn this off.
At T, I always get them super late.
I have a feeling that because the word deadly is up there, that we're not hitting the FYP. I mean, it's only been 3 minutes, I guess, but usually we'd be at higher views right now. We are going to get to our first guest shortly. You found me on FYP? Had to search to find me? Just take the D word out? Well, then it's not factually accurate. Use fatal instead? Found you on FYP. All right, you know what? Let's just get started, and then maybe more people will come in. 4 plane crashes is still factually accurate. Yes, but the none from 2009 to 2024 is no longer factually accurate, and I think that's super relevant here. That everything was going well, and then Trump came in and deregulated a bunch of shit, and now people are dying. I think that's like the important part, and I want MAGA to justify that. I want them to come up and say, yes, I'm glad that deregulation is leading to us being less safe as long as it pads Elon Musk's pockets more. I just really need to hear that from their chest. You blame Biden for the inflation? I know. All right. Welcome in, everybody. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We are live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 6 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, discussions, and fact checks. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. We are currently live on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. And thanks to the help of David the Goliath, I now can see Twitch chat and TikTok chat right next to each other. If you ever see me looking that way, remind me to look straight, because I can see all 3 chats if I just look straight. Anyway, so we're going to go to our next guest. I do need to look over to get the guest, but after that, I need to look straight. All right, here we go. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on? You were for Donald Trump?
Of course.
Okay.
You know who I am.
I don't
Come on,
remember.
Dan.
I'm sorry. It's like the Thanos
It's the
thing.
hoodie.
I don't even know who you are. So
Mm-hmm.
are you okay with everything that's written up there? That's all cool with you?
I think that the issue with
you're a
pilots-
hoodlum. Okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
that's right. The one and the only, buddy. Yeah, the issue with what happened during the Joe Biden administration with the pilots created a shortage, and then we have the issues with the FAA and the flight controllers. Creates a real situation.
Why exacerbate the shortage that already exists to create an even bigger shortage? Why do that?
Where's your proof of evidence?
Gotcha.
Like, what actions are you referring to that would?
I got you. I'll pull it up right now.
Yeah.
1 second. So this is while it is on HuffPost, this is from the Associated Press, and we can read it together. President Donald Trump moved quickly to remake the Department of Homeland Security, firing the heads of the TSA and Coast Guard before their terms are up, and eliminating all the members of key aviation security advisory group. This was January 22nd, 2 days after he was inaugurated. Just a week later, 67 Americans died. Okay?
Yeah.
So why, if there was already a shortage, why would he exacerbate it? Tell me.
Okay, so the department, the TSA, right? That's Department of Homeland Security, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Their primary role is to do what?
Let's look it up.
Check and provide security for people getting on the airplanes.
Protects
correct?
the United States transportation systems and prevents dangerous materials and people from flying.
Correct.
Okay.
So this,
you know, that's not all it said, right? Just so we're clear.
Okay, that has nothing to do with the pilots.
I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
I'll pull it back up. And eliminated all the members of key aviation security advisory group.
Okay. Do you know what an advisory group does?
They advise. That's right.
Right, they advise. So are you telling me that from January the 20 whatever that is, it was done to all these incidents, the advisory group was going to advise what? What were they going to advise, Dan?
Do you want me to go like through actually all the details and pinpoint, because the investigations haven't even come out yet, right?
Correct. So
Okay.
you're making assumptions.
No. All I'm doing is pointing out the following things. There were 0 deadly plane crashes from 2009 to 2024 by American airliners. American as in not American Airlines, but the actual country of the United States. And then Donald Trump guts several different departments in relation to air safety. And now there's 4 plane crashes. Okay.
Yeah,
So listen, we can wait for the report to come out, but why? Just tell me why. If there's already a shortage, why would you fire more people?
Well, let's get to the accidents. I would like to specifically talk about the accidents. So you have the helicopter that was flying too high.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the FAA leader really quick before we get into all whatever you're going to talk about. The FAA leader quit because Elon Musk asked him to quit. You know
Perfect. That? Sounds great.
That sounds great. Do you know what the FAA is?
Yeah.
Federal Aviation Administration.
Yep, I'm fully aware of what the FAA is.
Okay, so you're okay with the FAA having no leader, thanks to an unelected bureaucrat like Elon Musk, and I'm ready to hear you justify all 4 of the plane crashes. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we had somebody that was getting recertification flight at night who was flying in a very restricted flight area that was over the threshold of altitude. And I think that it's an accident.
Why wasn't it caught?
Why wasn't it caught?
Wait, accidents didn't happen in 2009 to 2024. Why wasn't it caught? Wouldn't more eyes on the sky prevent something like that?
Well, we would have to go and look at why they were understaffed at the tower for the airport in DC. Okay, that has nothing to do with what you're trying to allude to. Okay.
Okay. Well, let's talk about this then. So, air traffic controllers were initially offered buyouts and told to consider leaving government. Right. So the government came in. Donald Trump came in and said, "Hey, air traffic controllers, the things that we're short-staffed on, because I really need loyalists, I'd like you guys to leave." Right. So you were fine with things being less safe, so that Trump has loyalists, right? Can we talk about that?
So your assumptions about verbiage, language, and objective is provable how?
You know what? You're right. Trump's verbiage was not "I just need loyalists," but I'm going to walk you through. It's point A, point B, point C. Point A, there is already a shortage of air traffic controllers. Point B, Donald Trump exacerbates the shortage for no good reason. Whatever his reason is, no good reason. Point C, 4 deadly plane crashes in what, 20 days?
So if by your logic, if we don't have any more accidents in the next 4 years, then Donald Trump is your hero.
No, but in that case, now he's up to the same standard as every president before him who weren't so smooth-brained that they made the skies, not to mention the water we drink, the air we breathe, everything less safe. Yes. Then he'd just be up to the standard of passable. Yes, that's right. But he's already, by the way, that's already too late. He's already probably, but I'm not going to say 100%, but he's already probably the reason for over 80 Americans dying unnecessarily.
So when you see J.D. Vance going to East Palestine and taking a stick to the river bed and watching all the chemicals still come up to this day, you're going to tell me that Joe Biden and the EPA did a good job? Is that what you're going to tell me?
Are you going to use the example of a stick in an East Palestine river? I think it's pronounced Palestine. An East Palestine river to mean that Joe Biden did a bad job? And if you think they didn't do a bad job, listen, if you think they did a bad job, why would doing less be better? They didn't do enough, let's do less. Let's gut the EPA. You're actually insane. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you. That argument was so, first of all, massive pivot. Second of all, it doesn't prove anything. You're saying, something slipped through the cracks. So let's get rid of all the EPA and make sure nothing gets taken care of. Right?
What I'm saying is you are biased. You have a double standard, and if Donald Trump did the best job at administering, whether it be TSA, FAA, Doge, the Department of Education, I mean, it doesn't matter what this man does. It's very clear that you have no problems blaming Donald Trump for somebody who was not flying by their instruments and crashed in a medical airplane in Philadelphia.
Okay, so really quick, I just have to. I can't take it anymore. You're just wrong, because when Donald Trump does something good, I praise him. I praised Project Warp Speed, and even now, just recently, this past weekend, I'm praising him for wanting to get rid of the penny. I've been arguing to get rid of the penny for a while. Broken clock, right twice a day or whatever, right? I praise him when he does stuff right. It's just he does it so rarely that you don't hear it a lot. I'm sorry if we're at a shortage of FAA and he forces the buyout and fires the head of the FAA, and then people start dying. I'm not gonna be like, well, let's wait and see. Maybe he'll start being an actual president, and those 80 lives will be worth it because now he's up to the standard of Biden, Obama, and Bush. Just maybe those 80 lives are worth it just to get an actual acceptable, passable president rather than the toddler that we have now. Go ahead.
So, are we not going to talk about your bias? Because I mean, everyone has.
When Donald Trump does something good, I praise him. I've already pointed out 2 examples. He doesn't do a lot of good. Can you point out a single time that my bias has been the reason that I've said something, rather than just the facts in front of me?
Well, you're alluding to this idea that somehow him offering buyouts to people in the Federal Aviation Administration and air traffic controllers, that this has led to said accidents.
I will walk you through it. Do you think that being short-staffed of air traffic controllers is dangerous?
How do you know that they were short-staffed by what you're claiming and not just somebody calling?
I'm going to ask the question again. Do you think that air traffic controllers being short-staffed is dangerous?
I think that we should have adequate staffing at all times.
I'm going to ask the question until you give me a straight answer. Do you think that air traffic controllers being short-staffed is dangerous?
It can be, yes.
It can be. Okay. So, if Donald Trump decides to exacerbate a shortage, isn't that making the skies more dangerous?
I would argue that somebody that doesn't know what the fuck they're doing is dangerous, even if they're fully staffed and overstaffed. You know, it's quality, not quantity, bro.
Okay, so you take back what you said. What you said was being short-staffed is dangerous. Now, being more short-staffed is not dangerous because Orange Man did it. Your Messiah did it. Okay, and you're talking about my bias. Just making sure we're on the same page.
Hold on. What I'm saying is when you hire unqualified people.
Oh, wait. So why did these unqualified people not cause plane accidents in the 15 years prior?
These are things that
just
I don't
coincidence.
know.
Donald Trump's the unluckiest man alive.
I think that accidents and are sometimes preventable, but I think that accidents are exactly that, and you're trying to connect the dots to hold people accountable, and I don't think that this is the right subject to do that with.
Okay. Do you agree when Donald Trump, without receiving any information, by the way, so you're upset at me because I can't guarantee that short staffing leads to dangerous skies. Are you okay with Donald Trump, who came out and immediately blamed diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I don't 100% agree with that. No.
Okay. Anyway, you know what? I'm gonna hold you to task. Can you tell me who the unqualified people were that caused these plane crashes? I'd love to hear it.
Well, I don't know if I would describe it as unqualified,
Oh.
but the plane crashed in Philadelphia.
Mhm.
It's very clear that there was a cloud ceiling, and the angle of the descent of the plane, and it would appear that maybe they were lost in the clouds, so to speak, and not flying per their instruments, got confused and disoriented, and or possibly had their own medical condition, which does happen. People, just like drive cars and have heart attacks, like things happen.
Okay.
But
Do you
by no
think that
means.
more employees
Mhm,
tasked with watching for things like this could have caught that?
mhm. But what would have been done to prevent it? There was a medical person and a patient in the back, and the pilot, correct?
Medical person and a patient in the back and the pilot. Which you're talking about, the Philadelphia one? Let's just go through it.
Correct. Yeah. There was 3 people on board. Yeah, it was a medical transport.
All right. Medical jet crash in Philadelphia killed 7 people.
Mm.
We're gonna read about it. We're gonna read about it. By the way, just so we're clear, this is just one of 4, but we're gonna read about it.
Mhm.
Oh, he's still alive.
Where did you read that that was the reason that it crashed?
Um, I just here again see the angle of impact and the speed. Um,
Oh, you're an expert. I
yeah,
see. He made it up.
no, no. But what I'm
Oh my
saying, what
god.
I'm saying
I
is
I
there's
was taking his word for it.
the only 2 things that will cause something like that to happen is if the pilot is disoriented, flying by the instruments, and gets disoriented, and or there's a medical
Where did you
issue,
get your
because
training?
no plane,
Can you tell me where
no
you got your
plane
training?
was. It's called common sense,
Common sense.
sir.
Okay, so common sense can determine the reason for a plane crash. All right, bro. Okay. Do you have anything else? What else do you want to bend over backwards to defend Trump on? You want to talk about the inflation? You're gonna put that on Biden again? You want to talk about
No,
the?
I want to talk about the fake outrage for the accountability of government spending. Why are the Democrats so outraged?
Oh, I'll tell you exactly why. The
Oh,
reason that
please do.
Democrats are outraged is because when Republicans, particularly Republicans like Donald Trump, spend more, it's not to do things for the American people, it's to cut taxes on the top 1%. That's what the point of the outrage is. It's we're cutting things that are good for Americans to line Elon Musk's pockets.
So, how is it good for America to fund, cultural dancing classes for women in Africa?
Cultural dancing classes for women in Africa. All right.
Yeah, can you please tell me how that's good for America?
Okay. So I'm going to explain something to you. It's going to be a little bit difficult.
Hmm.
First of all, just so we're clear, I don't trust you as far as I can throw you, just in case, because that's probably misleading, the thing you just described. Because every time someone brings one of these things up, like, oh, $50 million for condoms in Gaza, and I look it up, it's like, okay, actually, it was like 3 million to Gaza. The other was the Gaza Mozambique, and it wasn't just condoms, and it's the whole thing. So I'm gonna take what you said with a grain of salt. We, right, as the richest and most powerful country on earth, want to continue to be that. And the way you do that is with is with a nuanced take on geopolitics. Global hegemony. If we don't help other countries, and as they develop, they return the favor, then China is going to take up the mantle, and they would love it if we gave up all humanitarian aid to other countries. They would love it, and they would pick it up because unlike us being myopic with Donald Trump and conservatives and just America first, yes, only us, we have a grander view of the world, and we recognize that taking a tiny crumb of funding to aid other countries produces such a massive benefit to a return on investment as compared to taking hundreds of billions of dollars and putting them directly into Elon Musk's pockets.
Okay, so let me just take your example and just tell you how that's not true. So we are funding DEI programs in other countries that is opposed to current government. We are funding nonprofit organizations in countries, which, by the way, is not what China is doing. What China is doing is working with government, building infrastructure and ports, and bringing them up to the first world country instead of a third world country, which is beneficial to that country.
Oh,
they're
is that
not
not what
trying
we're
to
doing?
pollute. No, that's what China is doing.
Oh.
What you and the United States and USAID is doing is trying to insert an ideologue of DEI, transgenderism, and asking the American
Okay,
people to
I don't
fight.
think you know what ideologue means. You mean an
You know what
ideology?
I know? I know that
mean an
there's
ideology?
more Americans. Yeah, there you go. There's more Americans that would much rather see us help Paraguay build
So,
a bridge
a lot of these
than to
countries
teach them
have been
about
ravaged
DEI.
by U.S.
Sorry.
intervention. So, for example, the thing that you guys hate, this Iraqi Sesame Street, right? This is a
Yeah,
country
that's
that
a great example.
yeah,
Dan.
it is a great example because when we looked into it, the things that were actually being funded were like counseling for children in a war-torn country who's war-torn partially because of us. And if we could take 20 million
Oh, the humanity.
Yes. Oh, I mean, I know you don't care about. That's the problem with conservatives. I can't teach empathy. Yes. So I have empathy, and I think that taking this tiny crumb of our massive budget and putting it towards helping children who no longer have families because of the actions of the United States, I think that's a more justifiable cause than cutting Elon Musk's taxes. You guys are outraged about this 20 million versus the 200 billion that's added to Musk's wealth. That's the thing. I will never take outrage from a conservative about spending until you guys stop cutting taxes for the top 1%, because that is the least effective way to spend any of our money. When we spend tiny crumbs of money on humanitarian outreach and that returns in dividends in the future versus us just giving away our money and adding to the deficit so that Elon Musk can buy another jet and another Twitter and ruin it.
So we're not. But based on your way of thinking, is that we cannot find corruption within the government spending because there's rich people exist?
Can you point out a single piece of corruption?
They're eating the dogs.
Thank you for the corgi. Can you point out a single piece of corruption that Elon Musk and Doge found? Just a single one.
Yeah. They found where contracts, short-term contracts, that continued to receive payments for many months and years after that contract was no longer valid. That's one. Number two.
Can you pull that up for me?
Yeah, you can go and look at what Elon Musk has been posting with screenshots.
No. I'm gonna need a source on that, because the reality is most of what Elon Musk is posting is just outrage bait. It's just, look at all the money we've spent, despite the fact that it's confirmed by Congress. Like, Congress voted for this. It's not fraud. And despite the fact that once people have some ridges in their brains, they realize, oh, not only is that not a lot of money, but it's doing good in the world versus cutting Elon Musk taxes. So I'm going to need the source on the actual fraud.
Have you ever heard of the Cloward Piven strategy?
No.
I strongly suggest that you might look that up.
I strongly suggest you pull up the source.
I already told you, Elon Musk X, he has screenshots of the things that I'm discussing.
Yeah, pull up bro, you know how much he tweets? That's his company. Pull up the actual thing that you're talking about. Come on, I'll wait.
Well, I think Harry Balls posted it.
I don't know who that is.
That's Elon Musk.
Okay, so I'm just gonna wait until you've made the claim. All right, I'm just gonna wait.
Dan, I really think that it's really sad the
Okay.
Democrats.
I'm not letting you soapbox. I'm not letting you monologue. I need the source, or I need you to say, you know what, I made that up. Okay.
I already gave you the source, and
your source was Elon Musk Twitter. Nice source, dude. Okay, so either pull up the tweet and I can look at the screenshots he's talking about, and we can analyze it, or you can admit that I just pushed it out of my ass, like you did earlier when you said the plane crash was caused by X, and then I asked you where'd you read that, and you said common sense. Okay, so pull up the source, or I'll go to the next guest because I'm good on this. I know you're unemployed and got plenty of time on your hands, but I don't got time for this. We're only debating for 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm not
go to the next guest. So
I own my own company.
Yeah, no,
and yeah. So I cited a source, and you're too.
Yeah, no, I need you to pull. No, you don't get to talk anymore until you pull up the source. I'm sorry.
Go, Elon, go.
No. You go. Pull up a source. I'm just gonna keep muting you until you pull up the source. Okay. So, in the meantime, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 6 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live for all major political events, or at least we try to be. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much.
I would just like to say that you're pathetic.
No, you don't get to say anything without a source. You pull up the source, then you can start calling me names. I'm totally fine. I don't mind you calling me pathetic. I don't mind you calling me beta, but I need a source. And then you get the mic back when you pull up a source. This should be big news. Fraud in the government? And he's gone. That's a runner, chat. Hopefully, that's the last time Hoodlum requests, because if he can't pull up this basic, he said that we should be allowed to find corruption in the government, and I asked him to provide an example of corruption, and the moment I asked him for that, he crashed out. Like, come on, bro. So if you'd like, come back with the source, and maybe we could talk. Maybe you'll be right. Maybe I'll be like, oh shit, this is a good thing Elon Musk found. Anyway, I'm gonna go to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hello.
How you doing?
I don't really want to debate. I just want to say that I appreciate what you do on here.
Oh, thank you so much. Have a good one.
Yeah, sorry for wasting your time.
Good thing there was no inflation under Biden. Neo, so I'm gonna walk you through how stupid your comment is. Okay? Yes, there was inflation under Biden. There was inflation all over the world. There was global inflation caused by the after effects of the pandemic. Joe Biden brought that inflation down to pre-pandemic levels, right? And another thing is Joe Biden never said, neither did Kamala Harris, by the way, I'm going to lower grocery prices on day one. This was on Donald Trump's website in one of his 20 promises. I'm going to, quote, end inflation, all caps. Okay? So when Trump makes promises like that and you eat it up, please hold him accountable when he does a complete 180 the moment he gets in office. Please have a spine and a backbone. Thank you. Go to the next guest. Trump didn't say day one. Angus, if I pull up him saying day one, what are you going to say? Or are you just going to move the goalpost again? Kamala did say that too. Oh, pull up an example of Kamala saying we're going to lower grocery prices day one. Pull up that example, and I'll end my live right now. I'll end on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. Pull that up. I'd love to see it. Because Kamala Harris doesn't speak like that. She speaks in full sentences, and she speaks in promises that are reasonable. Not like Donald Trump. He just lies, and you guys eat it up because you didn't pass the second grade, I guess. Go to the next guest. Anthony, thank you for the $2. Fuck that dude. Pull it up on X my ass. Love you, Dan. Workout Wednesday. Ooh, maybe. The guy said I take things too literal. Listen, there's a difference. If he had said I'm going to lower grocery prices day one, and then day one, he's like, well, obviously it's not going to be day one, but we're going to pass these efforts, these following things that will lead to lower grocery prices in 6 months. I'd be like, all right, let's see. But that's not what he did. He's done nothing to lower grocery prices. And in fact, his threats for tariffs would raise grocery prices. So he made a promise that was not only an exaggeration, but it was an exaggeration of an already lie. And you guys just love it. Yes, please, Mr. Trump, just as long as you can speak at a first grade level, we'll love you, even if you're lying. Have some self-respect. My God. When Biden did something wrong, I called him out on it. But you guys are just like, no, Trump, please keep pissing on me and calling it rain, please. Go to the next guest. Hi, welcome.
Yeah, how you doing? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. Yeah, my problem is he does nothing for the middle class and working Americans, and everything he's doing so far is seems to be for the ultra wealthy, not even just the wealthy, the ultra wealthy. And I'm a middle class working man, and I don't see how people can't see through like what Elon with Elon Musk is doing with. He says it's transparent. Transparent what? That what he sees, he quotes,
Yep.
Uh,
Totally agree with you. And I think the answer to your question, why they can't see it, is I genuinely think like a lot of them are just in a cult. It's sad. I think this is probably the largest non-religious cult in history. But
it
yeah,
is sad because I'm in a union and I know a lot of people that are in my union and they all supported him. And if it was up to him, he would dissolve our union today.
100%.
And nobody cares. It's a shame. He has them convinced that no matter what he does, and like you keep saying, they keep moving the goalpost. Every time something, lowering grocery prices. Okay, now we're going to accept them not lowering grocery prices so that we can do other things. Deportation of migrants. Well, all our grocery prices are going to go up real soon when there's no one to help with the farms.
Yep.
So it's frustrating. I'm glad you're on here giving it to people because we need more people like you.
Appreciate you so much for coming up.
Thanks. You have a great night.
You as well.
Thanks.
All right, we're gonna go to our next guest.
Hey Dan, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, so me and you have debated, I think 3 or 4 times now, and I've always enjoyed it because I think we've maybe disagreed on certain points. But I'm really, so I'm really confused by the 4 deadly plane crashes and none since 2009. Can you just elaborate what the point you're trying to make there? Because I mean, I my best friend, he has his dad actually has a plane at Scottsdale Airport, which is where I live, where that plane crash happened the other day. So is the assertion making that is like, something that Trump could have prevented? And two, I can pull up 2 sources, like, one from 2000, what is this, 2006, 15. The crash happened in 2015. Another one happened in 2009 that killed some guy named Lewis Katz. I mean, there were other plane crashes.
These American airliners?
Okay, well, so you're saying 4 now, though. So let's just. I can understand that there's one airliner that went down. You're saying 4 plane crashes. That would clearly mean the private jet. So you can't make the argument that an airliner went down when you're saying 4 plane crashes happened under Trump.
I'm confused. What's the disconnect?
Because you just asked me, are these American airliners? So are you asking if they're American? If they're American private jets? If that's what you're asking, yes. Because you're using the example 4 plane crashes happen. One of those 4 is a private jet that I know of. At least 2 of them actually are. So the example you're using uses private jets. So are you saying that you're excluding any crash that's not an actual commercial airliner?
Oh, okay. So you're saying that it should say no American airliners from 2009 to 2024.
Correct, because I mean, people are blaming these plane crashes on Trump. Now, you like the one thing that happened with American Airlines and the helicopter, I think, is extremely unfortunate. I don't think that that's anything to do with any president. I would be the first person saying that if someone would make the argument that that was Biden's fault by any means. I think that that was unfortunately an error made by the helicopter pilot from all evidence of it. You know, even the American Airlines pilots were able to pull back on their yoke. It just wasn't enough. So I don't think I don't understand how like Trump has to do with really any of this.
Okay.
I mean,
I thought I explained it pretty well, but basically, because of Elon Musk, the head of the FAA resigned. The Trump administration asked for buyouts of people working as air traffic controllers. We already have a shortage of air traffic controllers, and Trump just exacerbated that. So whether or not it's directly caused by a shortage or not, I'm sure we'll see with investigations. But the fact of the matter remains, our skies are less safe with fewer air traffic controllers, and Donald Trump wanted fewer air traffic controllers.
See, I think that that's a huge leap to make, because you're saying based on the facts of there being 4 plane crashes and none in 2009 through 2024, which there are plenty. I can name 2 of them. I can cite them right now. So to say that like there were no plane crashes is extremely disingenuous.
Then let's just talk about the one that killed 67 Americans. Let's just talk about that one.
Sure.
Okay.
But
if that
again,
could have been prevented by having more air traffic controllers, then is this not the...
Absolutely, I do not think it could have been controlled by more air traffic controllers.
Oh.
Have you listened to the recording of the air traffic control of that moment? He asked, "Do you have the CRJ 700 in sight?" 3 times he asked him that. So it's not like the air traffic controller was unaware of the situation. There's 2. I mean, I don't want to necessarily. I don't know what you've talked about here, but there's 2 kind of flight rules, right? You have instrument flight rules, and you have visual flight rules. Okay, and then the military on top of that doesn't have to have the same amount of lighting as a normal civilian aircraft, so it was completely dark. So it's a very weird situation. You can make the argument that they shouldn't have been doing what they were doing because those helicopters had been taking those routes near that airport for a very, very long time before that. So if that's an argument you want to make, I'd take it. But it has nothing to do with air traffic controllers being understaffed in that situation. Now, I could argue that you could say that we should not be doing what we're doing with the air traffic controllers, but to make the assertion that we know that the air is less safe now because of examples X, Y, and Z, I think is extremely disingenuous and completely like negates then what is the actual cause of it. It's just making it political.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the last guest. Does getting rid of air traffic controllers make the skies less safe?
Yes. Well, yeah. Yes.
Okay. So then why are you comfortable with Donald Trump offering buyouts to air traffic controllers? Why are you comfortable with Elon Musk forcing the resignation of the head of the FAA?
This has like literally zero to do with. I don't agree with Trump doing any. Like I don't want the FAA to do anything like that. But then to make the assertion that these 4, I mean, the first line on your video is 4 plane crashes, none since 2009, which before him, which is not true. First of all, and then you make the assertion that it has something to do with. Okay, but again, we've had a shortage for a while though. So you're going to say that if it happened under Biden, then it would have been Biden's fault because they didn't staff up enough people too?
It depends on the situation. Yeah, could have been Biden's fault.
Yeah. See, I don't think situations like that are delineatable, or they can't be blamed on a president because of what you feel is better or worse.
Okay. FAA comes out and says our staffing was not normal at the time of this crash, right? The staffing was not normal because of the actions of the Trump administration. Do I need to add 1 and 1 to you together? Like 1 + 1 = 2?
I mean, like again, the argument I'm making, I say like I think we're on different planets right now. And again, this is why I'm talking about where you first of all say that these plane crashes didn't happen before Trump started doing this, and they did.
Okay.
So
I already said if you want to argue the semantics, take out the other three, and we'll just talk about the one. Okay. I'll concede. Take out the other three. We'll just talk about the one. Okay. 67 Americans died. Right. This is the first commercial airliner that was in a deadly crash since 2009, and part of the reason that this happened was because of understaffing. Right? Would you agree or no?
No, that absolutely not. I mean, I think that's a huge leap to make. So what do you think that let's say they were overstaffed that night? What are you insinuating that would have happened? What safeguard would have happened that wasn't in place because of the staffing issue?
What?
If you're using the example that if they had more people than they needed that night, okay? I want to know what those tons of people would have done to prevent what happened that night.
Okay. So if more people were working, then everyone would be a little bit less overworked, and maybe the person who made a mistake wouldn't have made that mistake. Right? If one ATC is doing the work of two people, then they're more prone to make a mistake. And that's not what we want from the people keeping us safe.
Okay, but so the assertion is just because the FAA reports that the staffing is not normal, that it was because of a staffing issue that this
I'm not
this
saying
happened.
I'm not saying was. But I would rather more air traffic controllers than less. And Donald Trump, because he loves loyalists, wanted to get rid of air traffic controllers. Okay? That's the problem. Whether it's directly or not, at the end of the day, can you agree? Can we both agree that Donald Trump was wrong to issue buyouts for the air traffic controllers? Elon Musk was wrong for forcing the resignation of the head of the FAA. Can we agree on that?
Absolutely, we can agree on that.
Oh, perfect.
Can we agree that it wasn't because of that that caused this airplane crash?
You don't think it's possible?
I do not, because I've listened to the recording saying, "Do you have the plane in sight? Do you have the plane in sight? Do you have the plane in sight?" It was the helicopter pilot. What?
You bring up the helicopter? Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You said something else. What's that?
I was going to say overworked people are more likely to make mistakes. We're humans, right? So maybe with more people, they'd be less overworked. It's not rocket science here.
But I'm saying they didn't make a mistake. I mean, the insinuation is that they did make a mistake. They did not make a mistake that night.
So then how did it happen?
Have you heard of pilot error? I mean, pilot error is what happened that night.
Does that confirm that the pilots were at fault?
In my opinion, that's confirmed. Yeah, I mean, it was where it was not supposed to be.
You say, in my opinion, it was confirmed. Is that what you just said?
No. Okay, that's semantics, because I don't have a source right in front of me right now. But let me look, because if you read anything about it and you listen, so have you? Let me ask you this, because you're Mr. Fact Checker and looking into stuff. Have you? And I've never, we've had so many conversations. I don't know what the disconnect is with you on this. You're saying that you know for a fact that
not what I'm saying. Not what I'm saying. I'm saying.
Then why would you put that as a leading headline?
Because Trump's actions are making the skies less safe. Period. That's true. Whether or not this specific thing can be narrowed down to exactly Trump's actions is unfortunately impossible. But those of us who are willing to hold our leaders accountable can take a look at point A and point B. The FAA is understaffed. Donald Trump made it so that they were more understaffed, and now all of a sudden planes are falling out of the fucking sky. Okay? This is not rocket science. How about even if we just this we should agree on, okay? Whatever the cause is, maybe, just maybe, the president should come out and say, hey, we're going to investigate and make sure this doesn't happen again, instead of saying this is because of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Okay.
Can we agree on that?
So no, because you're saying that all of a sudden 4 planes drop out of the sky.
Okay.
There were plenty of crashes before 2024.
Just so we're clear, you are now holding me to a higher standard than the president of the United States. You're saying, Dan, how dare you say that this might be Trump's fault? But Trump, you can go ahead and blame diversity, equity, and inclusion. No problem. You're the president of the United States. Go ahead and talk out of your ass.
I think both are wrong.
Okay.
I don't think you should be saying.
I asked you, and you said no. I asked you if you.
Well, I'm sorry. I was trying to address the other thing, so I wasn't necessarily answering the question. I was addressing what you had said about all of a sudden these planes are falling out of the sky. When I can give you examples where these plane crashes happen.
Again, this is the first deadly commercial airliner crash since 2009. Okay.
But Dan, 3 minutes ago you just said all of a sudden planes are dropping out of the
That's
sky.
true. This is true.
That's one. So one crash that's argued about whether or not it was the fault of the air traffic controllers or the pilot in the helicopter. You're saying that is monumental proof that there is a correlation between what has happened with this administration and what is going on with the air traffic control safety.
Yes. I'm saying there is a correlation with the fact that crashes are more likely to happen when there are fewer air traffic controllers. Donald Trump caused there to be fewer air traffic controllers. I don't know why you're lost here. I mean, I know why you're lost because you can't possibly blame Trump for this. But
so you are saying it's Trump's fault that's what you're
I'm saying we have less air traffic controllers because of Trump. Yes, we have fewer air traffic controllers because of Trump. Period. Do you agree?
Hello?
But yes, I agree.
Okay, perfect.
Hello.
Hey, welcome up.
Hey, I've been up here before. Quick thing, I have been trained, I have been FAA trained. I have gone through training. My family has background in this, especially in Blackhawks. I feel slightly qualified to talk about this topic. If we're talking about the DC crash, helicopters have lanes that they're supposed to go through. If I believe correctly, the air traffic controller gave him a reading saying, watch the Airbus or whatever commercial airline it was, correct?
It was a CRJ 700. Just
CRJ. So if there had been more staffers, so we don't know, the FAA and the NTSB have to do the full investigation. They go through the logs, they ask questions. We don't know the true cause of the crash until they do their full investigations. It's easy to assume because that staffer was overworked, he probably had to do 3 to 4 different positions. Keep in mind, at a big airport like Reagan, there's approach, there's departure, there's ground, and there's the actual doing the tower. So there's a lot of positions. So if that guy even had to do 2 of them at a major American airport, he was most likely overworked. So the fact that he just dumped off the responsibility, now that has happened before, but it's rare to see that at night, especially in the Black Hawk. It's rare to see him pass visual response, him having to maintain visual contact with the CRJ. That is rare to happen at night. That's for daytime things. It's called VFR, Visual Flight Rules. So my guess is that there was probably some human error, and that there's supposed to be some collision avoidance, especially in the CRJ. There's an acronym for it. I don't remember it. I can tell you, but
TCAS doesn't work that low. So you're thinking of TCAS, Traffic Collision Avoidance System.
TCAS isn't. Again, I'm not 100% sure on that, but you can Google it. I could be wrong. I'll freely admit. But TCAS isn't an altitude thing. It's a general proximity thing. It's ADSB. Now, it could have been that the Black Hawk didn't have an ADSB on it, so that could be a thing.
Well,
so,
it absolutely is an altitude thing, right? It'll tell you traffic, same altitude, and it'll tell you what to do.
I know, but it doesn't, because you're at a lower altitude, doesn't mean...
That's what I just said, though. I said that TCAS doesn't work at that altitude.
I don't think that's correct. Again, I could be wrong, but...
You just said that. But you just said TCAS is for higher altitudes.
I did I? I'm kind of running through my thoughts right now, so I speak fast. That's my fault. TCAS works... If I did, then that's my fault. That's incorrect. I said that correct. Or incorrect, my fault. TCAS is just general, like... collision avoidance. It can work for terrain and airplanes.
Correct.
Again,
I
could be wrong, so I don't know. But the point is that we don't know the full cause of the crash until the NTSB report comes out. But for the president to come out and say it's because of DEI, because these pilots are and the air traffic control and all these people are unqualified, is nonsense, because you can't go to these high-level positions with little to no training. It is impossible. There are too many guardrails.
So, I don't know if I'm doing a bad job of explaining. I think that saying it is DEI is equally as bad of a statement as saying 4 plane crashes and then none from 2009 to 2024. I think those 2 statements are equally bad because they are so misleading and so wrong. I mean, I agree. I don't care what skin color you are, what ethnic, what sexual orientation you are. I believe in our system to vet you properly, no matter who you are, no matter how you are. If you work in our air traffic control system, you deserve to be there. So that is not the argument I'm making.
So there's a difference here, right? Because my argument is sound. If there are fewer air traffic controllers, the skies are more dangerous. Donald Trump led to fewer air traffic controllers. Donald Trump's argument is not sound. Gay black people are the reason for the plane crashes. That is not a sound argument. You holding those to the same standard is asinine. Because at the end of the day, yes, we can't say that COVID would have been handled better if Donald Trump, his administration didn't disband the pandemic response team. Yes, we can't say for sure that COVID would have been handled better if Donald Trump took the 5-week head start and started doing contact tracing and what's it called? Contact tracing and testing, just like South Korea did. We can't say that for sure, but if we put two and two together, we can start to point out the failures of his leadership. At the end of the day, yes, we can't know for sure what would have been different if we had a competent adult in office. But if we can say, all right, the more you prepare for a pandemic, the better we'll fare, Donald Trump probably led to some deaths. If we can say the fewer air traffic controllers we have, the more dangerous the skies are, Donald Trump might have led to some deaths. I don't know why we have to bend over backwards to defend this toddler who doesn't understand how powerful not only his actions are, but how powerful his words are. At the end of the day, the president has a large amount of responsibility. And if he starts gutting the agencies that keep us safe and then dangerous, deadly things happen, I'm not just going to say, well, maybe it was DEI, or maybe it was just luck of the draw. It was just a coincidence that we're now at 6. By the way, I wrote 4, now 6 in the 3 weeks that Trump's been president. Like, come on, at some point, but you put your spine back in the regular order, stop bending over backwards, and realize that he is doing things that are making us less safe. Period.
I mean, you're making this as if I'm trying to apologize for Donald Trump's action, or essentially prove that his actions aren't being a direct correlation. What I'm saying is that you cannot put these on a president instantly without knowing, first of all, like we've talked about, we don't know if it was the pilot in the helicopter or not. And so the one example because now you're saying 6, but you're saying, okay, well, let's just talk about the one. So
I'm talking about the one to appease you. At the end of the day, I'm still speaking more truth than the actual president of the United States. Okay, so if he can come out and immediately blame DEI on the day while the bodies are cold, then I can come out and say fewer air traffic controllers leads to more deaths. I can say that. Okay. The moment you hold him to a higher standard, you can hold me to a higher standard. But until such time,
I do hold him to a high standard. I think he should never say that it's DEI's fault. It is not. It is of course not DEI's fault that something like this happened.
Okay. Do you think that you disagree with him getting rid of the head of the FAA? You disagree with him gutting the FAA and air traffic controllers? You disagree with all that, right?
Absolutely.
And you agree that it's making us less safe?
I think in general it can make us less safe, but it hasn't made us less safe. And you using the examples that you're using, I think, are terrible.
Okay.
You just hang on, back up. You just said having less air traffic controllers makes us safe. That air traffic controller was at low staffing. I believe it came out that there was low staffing at that airport during the crash.
Okay, but now you're making the assertion that you know that it was air traffic control that caused that accident.
I did not say that.
You just said fewer air traffic controllers make us less safe. We know that the air traffic controllers involved in this were understaffed, right? Why is it such a big leap to say, okay, maybe Trump shouldn't have understaffed those air traffic controllers? Like, why is that such a big leap? Why do you have to defend him?
Because it's a causation correlation thing. I'm saying that I can say that I think we are less safe with less air traffic controllers. I do not think that has reared its ugly head yet.
Okay.
At all.
But even though the FAA report says it does, but it has.
How does it? So you're not leaping now by saying their staffing was unusual, but so then that is saying that is the reason for that accident.
I'm not saying it's the reason, but I'm saying it's a possible reason. I'm saying it's a possible reason, and right now there shouldn't be possible reasons caused by the president. That's what I'm telling you. There shouldn't be. If this was Obama, if this was Biden, if this was Bush, this wouldn't have happened most likely, right?
You just said the FAA said that it was because of low staffing. That is the statement you.
That's not what I said. I said that there was they said that there was low staffing, and you agree that low staffing can lead to more dangerous skies. You agree with but part A of the syllogism, you agree with part B of the syllogism, but you can't agree with part C because it happens to hurt Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would be making the exact same argument against some dumb MAGA person if they were saying that Biden was causing all of this, all of these airplanes to cut. Like, I mean, because none of these are the fault of any air traffic controller, in my opinion. I think that it was, again, the helicopter that made the military helicopter that made the made the mistake of not going in the lane that they should have gone into. So I'm saying that I am trying to be like I think you would be saying that it isn't Biden's fault because X, Y, and Z. You're making it a political issue when it shouldn't be.
Let me ask you a question. If that caption up there, instead of saying 4 deadly plane crashes, if it said Trump has made us less safe, would you agree with that?
Yes. I think that you saying none from 2009 to 2024 is a lie.
There were no major airline crashes from 2009 to 2024. There are small incidents with local private pilots that happens more frequently than people think. But there were no major
His example
airline
is
disasters.
four plane crashes.
6
Four
now.
plane crashes. It doesn't just say one. Okay, yeah, and 6 now, so it doesn't just say one. So you're saying that there's been 6 American Airlines crashes now?
Okay.
You have to use the logic both ways here.
The TikTok screen is very small. All right. So I have no problem with someone coming up and clarifying, hey, when you say none from 2009 to 2024, do you mean like no crashes at all? Or do you mean something specific? I'm like, I mean commercial airliners. Like the 67 people that died that didn't have to die. That's what I mean. Okay.
Why did you use 4? Why did you use 4 deadly plane crashes and not just one?
Because it was 4, but it was before when I started writing it. Because this amount of plane crashes, even though there have been non-commercial airline plane crashes over the past 15 years, this amount is not normal. 6 plane crashes in 3 weeks is not normal. Does that make sense?
Yes, but you're making the assertion that is because Trump in office.
Could be.
Yeah. Okay. See, I mean, it could be. You could say you could make the argument that you should say Trump might be making the skies more dangerous.
No. You agreed that Trump is making the skies more dangerous because you said you agreed with part 1 of the syllogism. You said less air traffic controllers makes the skies more dangerous. You agreed with part 2 of the syllogism, which is that Donald Trump led to us having less air traffic controllers. You just can't get to the part 3. Why?
Because there is no certifiable fact that having less air traffic controllers for these crashes is related to that whatsoever.
If there were more air traffic controllers for the DC crash, they may have been able to watch that.
That's what I'm saying. I disagree with that.
Get closer.
I disagree with that assertion. You do not know that because the air traffic control, if you listen to the recordings, was aware of the situation the entire time. So you're saying just by more people in that situation, not as an overarching philosophy of the FAA in general, you're saying that these exact examples that you're giving would have prevented them from happening if more people
One
were
air
there.
traffic controller was doing work normally assigned to 2 people in the tower at Ronald Reagan National Airport when the collision happened, the report said. If you don't think that someone being overworked to the point of 2x can possibly lead to a fatal accident, then we're just in a different universe. That's what it is. Like, no matter what, unless there's a direct, unless God comes down and says, by the way, this was directly caused by Trump, then you're just not going to agree because we can't know for sure. We don't have a crystal ball to know for sure. Just like if I asked you, do you think more Americans died in the pandemic because of Trump's lackluster response? You say, well, there's no way to know. Right?
Yeah, I don't even know how to respond to that.
Yeah,
part.
So quick thing that you said is that the ATC saw it all happen. That is, I don't believe that's true. He passed off responsibility of maintaining a distance from the CRJ to the Blackhawk. He said maintain a visual with the CRJ. So
and then he asked, do you see the CRJ? Do you see the CRJ? Do you see the CRJ? They usually don't have to do that when you're on VFR rules. They usually don't have to follow you like that. They saw that he was not doing something he was supposed to and addressed it. They addressed it a little bit too late because that's very unusual that the helicopter that has been going that route many, many times under the military VFR rule. I just say I'm lying. I don't know what I'm lying about. So, all right. Thanks for taking me. I just don't know what to do anymore here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're done here. I would just say that
I just think it's disgusting to make everything political.
Well, Donald Trump made it political the moment he blamed the diversity, equity, and inclusion, by the way. So
I agree. Both are disgusting. Trump is equally as disgusting as you.
No. Okay, so here's one thing. Okay, would you say it's disgusting for a school shooting to happen and then me say we need stricter gun laws? That's making it political, right?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, we need a president who's not going to gut the FAA to make things more safe. Is that political?
Oh, okay, but can I use your example there? Mm-hmm. Just if you were to say that this school shooting is Trump's fault for not having stricter gun laws or whatever, or whatever you want to say, I think that would be inappropriate.
School shootings are for the most part not the quality of the school. Excuse me, not the amount of school shootings, but the deadliness of school shootings. 100% are because of Republicans, and I'll say that with my full chest. Does that make you feel bad? Do you disagree now?
Well, no, I don't disagree with that.
Oh,
but that's
okay.
not that's not the same thing as saying something is Trump's fault. Saying it's
I didn't
all
say
of the
it was Trump's fault.
What? Come on! You're saying that the argument you're making is that there's 4 plane crashes and then there were none before him. So you're saying that I should not take into account that you're saying that this is Trump's fault?
I'm saying just come to your own conclusion. Okay, we have an unprecedented amount of plane crashes all in 1 month. Okay, we have the president of the United States and his vice president Trump, so Elon and Trump, gutting the people that are supposed to keep the skies safe, right? You come to the conclusion. You have a brain just like all of us. If you don't think it has anything to do with Trump, then that's on you. Thank you, Shanae. Your actions can have an indirect impact.
Yeah, I just don't think you're being genuine when it comes to being critical of both sides here. When you start saying that all of this happens just because of Trump being in office for a month.
To be honest, the whole train accident happened in Palestine, Ohio. I'm sure I said the name of the town wrong.
East Palestine.
Thank you. And I couldn't hear I had to hear for months and months how it was all Biden's fault, all Biden's fault, all Biden's fault. And now all of a sudden an accident happens under Donald Trump's fault, and it is not his fault whatsoever. That is a little hypocritical. You have to understand that.
When that East Palestine, that was the big gas thing, right?
Yes.
I would be the first person to say, stop saying that this is Biden's fault. That's not something that Biden was directly involved with.
But if there were if Biden lowered standards, on, I believe the cause they found out was the brakes on the train didn't work. If a month earlier Biden lowered standards on those train brakes, would you say, there's a correlation here? Biden lowered standards for train brakes, and then a train crashed because the brakes report. Wouldn't you say the correlation is very similar?
If Biden, in this example, if Biden had been in office for a month and lowered the standards, I would not instantly blame something on him if he lowered the standards in that scenario. I do not think that we have really even. That's a different argument. But I get what you're saying, but I still would never say that you can make the correlation that's some kind of fault of the president.
Yeah, I just think that if Biden had deregulated the train system in that area, and it became clear that was caused because of the deregulation, we can put 2 and 2 together.
Okay, let me just ask this really quick. I think this could maybe be a good example, right? So when Biden closed that pipeline, and the dumb MAGA people were essentially saying, well, Biden's directly responsible for gas prices going up and inflation. It's like, well, you ask them how, and then they use the example of the pipeline. Don't you think that's a dumb argument?
Yes, but it would be a good argument if the following things were true. If the pipeline was delivering cheap American oil to the United States and he shut it down, then yeah, maybe some of the increase in gas prices do have to do with Biden. But that isn't the case. So yes, if you create a scenario where Biden is at fault, he would be at fault. Indeed, that's right.
Okay. But I guess we agree. I don't like it when people try to make stuff about, and I get what you're saying, and I'm not necessarily saying that this is not because of a disparity in. Actually, I think the only air traffic controller would be the one that happened in Reagan, because the rest of them were
the most serious one.
What's that?
It's the most serious one. 67 people. That's a lot of people to die in a plane crash.
Yeah, I mean, of course it is. I think you're making it political. I really do, and I really try to call that out. And I would be the first person to defend Biden if I needed to. And I'm not defending Trump. I think it's appalling that anyone would ever say that it's because of DEI. That takes away from anyone's ability, or anyone in air traffic control, basically saying you're there because you have a different colored skin than me. I think that that's deplorable. But I do not think that you can make the argument that a president can be held directly responsible for these kinds of things.
Again, didn't say directly, but you already agreed. Fewer air traffic controllers leads to more dangerous skies. Donald Trump is the reason for fewer air traffic controllers. This is not a big leap. But anyway, appreciate you coming up.
Hey Dan, thanks for bringing me on. I don't know if I could turn my camera on. I do have my license here, but I can't. So I don't know how to turn my camera on. So, but no. Um, there are helicopter lanes that they follow. You really shouldn't be handing off. I don't know. Do you know the time of when the crash happened? I don't. I haven't looked into this in a while, so I couldn't remember. I'm sorry.
No, you're
But
fine.
there are certain hours after night that you really shouldn't be using VFR rules, especially at, I think Reagan is a bigger airport, so you really shouldn't be using VFR rules at that kind of, hour. Um, but there is also some fault of the helicopter, because I think people pointed out in chat there were two different CRJs. But
It's 9
again,
p.m.
if there
Eastern.
were 9 p.m. East. Okay, thank you. I don't remember it off the top of my head. I'd have to look. It's been a little bit, but it's still, if there were more air traffic controllers, I'm sure someone would have saw him getting close to the CRJ, or see him leaving the lane wherever it was, and said, "Hey, get back in the lane. Watch out for the CRJ." So,
Thanks,
but
Obama.
again, we
Thanks,
will never
Obama.
know. We'll never know until the full NTSB and FAA report come out. My guess is that they'll blame it. It won't be a blame game. It'll be the incident was caused by helicopter pilots weren't probably had all their heads down, and the air traffic control was understaffed. It was probably a nasty combination of both.
Yeah.
But anyway, thanks for doing what you're doing. You inspire me and a lot of people. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. We are going to go to the next guest. Really quick, though. I want to thank everybody that's here right now. Everybody that's gifted, everybody that's subbed, I really appreciate that. And I do have some Venmos and PayPals I'm going to read out in a second. But the only thing I ask from you guys is if you could just drop a follow if you haven't already. We're now streaming on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. The TikTok ban is not looking good, so make sure you're following. All the links are in my link tree if you want to follow on the other platforms. Okay, real quick. Jacqueline, thank you for the $5. Biden is held accountable for the wars, but Trump isn't held accountable for the plane crashes. Yeah. Jocelyn, thank you for the $1. I cannot believe this guest is defending imperialism. Oh, this was probably a guest a while ago. I'm sorry. Justin, thank you for the $3. Did you see the little X in the Trump Elon press conference and the things he said? Little X? No, I don't think I did. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Jacqueline, thank you for the other $5. At the time of the crash, one air traffic controller was managing helicopters and some planes. Yeah, we pointed that out. Thank you so much. Okay. Little X is Elon's kid. Oh, okay. I see. Elon's little kid said some rude stuff to Donald Trump. Oh, shit. Elon Musk's son makes high-profile visit to Oval Office and causes trouble. I don't see what's going on here. Okay, go to the next guest. Oh, thank you so much for the beating heart. All right. Guest not connecting. We're going to the next guest. Oh, Twitch chat. Did I put in better TTV? Is it working?
Don't boo, vote.
Thank you so much, Rose. Quit debating NPCs and debate somebody competent. Yo, I accepted your request earlier and you didn't connect.
Fucking finally, dude. This was hard to listen to. What's going on, brother?
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on, man? So I'm gonna let you lead here, and I'm gonna let you lead with a few points, and then we'll get going from there. That sound good? What's your biggest qualm with Donald Trump?
Period? Or right now?
Just yeah, either one doesn't matter.
Oh, well, I mean, period. He's a fascist. And I
Based
really
on what? Based
uh
on what?
okay. Based on the fact that
Name. Okay, let me ask you a question. Which party is it that is pro free speech, right? The party that is anti free speech and pro censorship is always the fascist party. The party that is trying to disarm the population is always the party that is fascist. There are zero things that you can say about Donald Trump being racist or fascist. For instance, Donald Trump literally endorsed Jesse Jackson in 1985 for president. So I don't know where you get that idea besides parroting CNBC.
I never
All
even
right.
I never even
So
fucking said he
and
was
follow up,
racist. That's not my
hold
argument. I
on,
thought you
I'm not
asked me my
done.
argument.
I'm not done. I'm not done. And follow up with your entire ATC debate. You gave
No,
me
no,
the
no, no. Oh,
biggest
I'm sorry. I
audio.
will not be gish galloped on my live. Excuse you. Okay, so we're going to talk about fascism, and you started with free speech. All right, let's talk about free speech. Donald Trump, first of all, has revoked the press, the what is it, the press passes for mainstream media, and has given them to Breitbart and OAN and shit like that. Donald Trump has sued pollsters because their polls were wrong. Donald Trump is against anyone that speaks poorly of him. Very, very clearly, based on everything we've seen. He requested Twitter take down a post from Chrissy Teigen because she called him a pussy ass bitch. Donald Trump is against free speech. I don't know where you're getting this idea that Democrats are against free speech when Donald Trump literally is against the freedom of press.
You just muted me. First
Yes,
of all,
you were
that is
gish galloping.
absolutely
Yes, that's
crazy.
right.
Yeah, because I was in the middle of a sentence and you tried to interrupt
Yeah,
me
no.
in the
So
burp. So you
we
just
go
said,
one at a
hold on,
time. I'm
hold on.
sorry. I'm
It's
sorry. You
my
don't
turn to
just get
talk.
to say what
Yeah,
you want. I'm
take
sorry.
your
It's my
turn.
platform.
It is my. Oh, so you're against free speech? Word.
Uh,
Word.
yeah, I am.
Anyways, because I was in the middle of a sentence, I'm going to finish because you said we go one at a time. You literally just said Donald Trump sued a poll because the poll was wrong and that's fascist. How is that fascist at all? If the poll was wrong and they got sued, how is that anything? How is that even remotely
Okay.
fascist? Investigating voter fraud is
Wait.
the opposite of fascism.
Okay. All right.
How is that fascist?
Okay. One at a time.
How is investigating
One at
voter
a
fraud
time.
fascist?
I'll do that
No,
one first because that one's easy.
go for it.
How is
Go for
investigating
it.
voter fraud fascist? I'll tell you how. Because when the investigations were concluded and no widespread voter fraud was found, and when he lost 64 of 64 court cases, instead of abiding by the 7 swing states, the 7 secretaries of state that all confirmed there was
Oh, he
no
appealed?
fraud, I am still talking. My sentence has
He
not
appealed?
concluded. My sentence has not
Oh,
concluded.
he appealed,
Instead of
is what you're saying.
instead of abiding by all the audits, all the recounts, the 64 of 64 court cases that he lost, he pressured
so
his vice
he
president
appealed the
Mike
court
Pence to pick
cases.
fake electors to remain in power. The loser of the election
Okay, show
pressured
me
his
a
vice
source
president
on
to
that
make him
one,
remain in
'cause
power.
that's
That's
bullshit.
fascism at its
Show me the source on that one, brother. Pull
which,
that shit up
which
because
one?
that is fucking cat.
Wait, which
What
one?
you just said. Show me the entire source that supports your argument right there. Go for it. Because you just spit out a whole bunch of stuff and you didn't cite a single source. Because
Wait. Don't because just tell me which
investigating,
specific thing you want me to pull up.
invest, literally
The fake
the
elector
entire
plot?
thing. Yeah, investigating voter fraud is not fascist.
No,
Dude.
stop.
And then
All
filing.
right, wait.
Hold on,
Before I
hold
pull
on.
up anything, hold on.
Hey,
Stop
one
for
at
1
a
second.
time, dude. One at a time, dude. You just said one at a time. It's my
Bro,
turn. All right.
oh my god. No, if you're just going to talk over me, I will
Investigating.
go to the next guest and I'll
Dude,
say you won
I
the debate.
was
I'll even
talking
say
and you
this guy beat me in a
started talking,
debate. I
bro.
can't do this. This is
I
too
was
much.
literally talking and then you started talking over me. Investigating voter fraud is not fascist. And
The
appealing a
investigations
court
ended. They
case,
were concluded and he still wanted to remain president.
appealing a court case is also not fascist. Neither one of those things are fascist. And it's
After the appeals,
People.
it is
after the
absolutely
appeals were
reasonable. Hold on,
done.
I'm not finished because you just interrupted me again.
Okay.
After the appeals,
Okay.
you got to realize that after the
Hold
appeals, shit, dude, you interrupt my train of thought.
on.
Go ahead.
I'm
Go ahead.
so
Go ahead.
sick
Go
of
ahead.
these people.
If there is a thought going on in that head. Okay. So the
Go ahead.
appeals were done. The presidency was the election was over. There was no one was contesting this except for Donald Trump. Even behind the scenes,
that's
Donald
what it
Trump
was.
admitted that he lost. Okay? So the moment that he and his lawyers gathered fake electors and he pressured Vice President Mike Pence to pick those electors at the certification process, that is a fascist action. That is the
So,
loser of
can
an
I ask
election
you a
trying to remain
question?
in power.
Understood. Let me get you a question here. So, how is it that with no voter ID, obviously it would make it hard to investigate,
I'm
right?
so sick of these people. You know,
It would be really hard to prove in court if there's no voter ID and there's no evidence. It's really hard. Think about it. Dude, what party is voting against voter ID because it's racist because somehow minorities can't get IDs? That's absolutely absurd and absurdly racist, dude. Think about it. And then on top of that, how is it that in 4 or 5 swing states at 4 o'clock in the morning, Joe Biden happened to get exactly the amount of votes that he needed to
You're wrong.
swing
You're
the
wrong.
election?
Stop.
That's exactly what.
That's wrong.
That's
What you
exactly
just
what
said.
happened,
Pull up a proof of that, and I will become a Republican
dude.
today.
I'll
Pull
pull it
up proof of that
right
he
now.
got the
I
exact
will
amount
pull up.
plus one. Pull up proof of that.
Okay,
I want to see it.
obviously it wasn't the exact amount.
Yeah.
Plus
Okay.
one,
So
but
the walk back
enough
immediately.
to
The immediate
swing.
walk back.
So
This is what you guys do.
let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question, dude. How come at 4 a.m. all the votes came in and they were the majority of Joe Biden?
They were mail-in
How
ballots.
come?
Mail-in ballots were majorly for Joe Biden. And you want to know why?
Okay, but why didn't that happen outside of swing states? Why?
Uh,
Why didn't that
It
happen in
did.
the other
You're
swing
just wrong.
states?
It
Why
did.
did it
You're wrong.
only happen?
It did. You're wrong.
It
It did. You're wrong.
It happened
It did.
in
You're wrong.
4 out of the.
It did. You're wrong.
In 4 swing states, dude. It didn't happen in all of the swing states. It only happened in 4 of them, dude.
Wait. Well, okay. So that even defeats your point. It didn't
So
happen
if
in all the
mail-in
swing states. It happened in
ballots,
4.
yeah, enough to tip the scales. If it was enough to tip the scales, dude. If
Okay.
it didn't happen in
Let me
all
ask
of
you a
the swing
question. Let me
states,
ask you a question.
how is
That's
that not
fishy,
an
right?
anomaly?
Stop 1 second. That's
It
fishy,
is
right?
fishy. It's completely
Yes, that's fishy.
Yeah, it's
That's fishy. When they investigated it,
fishy.
they're like, "Oh, actually, this is not fishy at all." Why don't you? Why are you still in a conspiracy theory?
But it's still fishy.
No, it's not
It
anymore.
just
What's
because he
fish?
lost and I
Okay.
accept
Here's
and
what
I
it is.
accept that
Here's
he
what
lost,
I'll walk you through
that
it. I'll
doesn't
walk you
mean
through
that
it. I'll
that's
walk you
not
through it, and then
fishy.
you can go. I'll
Because
walk you
that's
through it, and then
never
you can go.
happened before.
I'll
ever.
walk you through it, and then you can go.
That's never happened before.
I will
That's
walk you through it.
fishy.
Oh,
You
yeah,
said
you
it
know why?
yourself.
I will walk you through
Tell
why
me
it's never
that's
happened
not
before.
fishy.
I'll walk you
Look,
through it.
if
I'll walk you
it
through it.
looks like a duck and
Shut
it
the
quacks
fuck
like a
up,
duck,
you
it's a
inbred,
duck,
okay?
dude.
I'll walk you through
If
it.
it happened, dude, it would happen in all the swing states, not just.
So this was an unprecedented election because we had a once in a century pandemic that led to a lot more mail-in ballots. Now, your smooth-brained president decided to tell his voters not to vote mail-in because mail-in ballots are a scam. So more of the mail-in ballots, by a large margin, were for Joe Biden, who didn't tell his supporters to not vote. Real good thinking, by the way. That's why he got his back blown out by 7 million votes. So I hope that makes sense to you. It makes sense to anyone who has ridges in their brain, who has a functioning prefrontal cortex. You can talk now.
Dude,
Jesus Christ.
China.
Thank you, Shauna. Thank you, not on Earth One, and thank you, Caffeine, for the dinosaurs. So if you're like chirping up in the chat saying that you're going to be a good debater, but all you do is talk over the person you're debating, then I think you're not actually a good debater. You're just a conspiracy theorist, gish galloper, and you just wanted a soapbox to spurt out those conspiracy theories. At the end of the day, all of this was investigated, and the election results were not contested by anyone after all of the investigations. 7 out of 7 swing states, many of which were Republican governors. You have 7 out of 7 swing states. No widespread voter fraud. They did audits. They did recounts. 64 out of 64 court cases. 64 out of 64. He lost. Even behind the scenes. So aside from the fact that Bill Barr, who was a Trump supporter for 9 years, said that there was no voter fraud. Besides the fact that Trump's entire family was telling him he lost the election. Besides the fact that all of the secretaries of state and all of the governors said that. All of the courts and even the federal courts that reviewed the state decisions to make sure that there was no funny business. All of that. And even Donald Trump behind the scenes says, we lost. He said behind the scenes, we have a video of him saying, I can't believe I lost to this guy. All of that points to the fact that he lost the election. The only reason that you think that there was fraud is because he told you. He told you there was fraud. And you are in a cult. 30, 30, 30, 30. You're in a cult. Okay, so by that logic, then how come you use a civil court over a criminal court as a con? I don't even know what that sentence means. Donald Trump was convicted both in a civil case. He was found civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, and he was found criminally liable of 34 felony counts of falsifying business documents to influence an election. Both of those. It's not just one. I don't have to pick. We're spoiled for choice for reasons not to support that guy. Go to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hello,
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing well.
So I just wanted to say that the delusions that MAGA have is absolutely insane. I know you know that you've gone live. How many days? It's like 100 plus.
We're at like 120, I think now.
Yeah. About 2 or 3 days ago, there was a MAGA on Dean's live, and I genuinely believed that there had been 40 million illegal migrants since 2021. Which, if you do obvious numbers, just simple math, that's about, on average, 27,000 illegal migrants every day. How could you possibly believe that? And if you actually do any kind of actual legitimate research, you'll find out that on average, from between now and 2021, there was less than 1,000 full-on encounters like every day, on average. So I just don't understand how people could be so incredibly misinformed and like don't actually do any of their own research. It's
No,
ridiculous,
the problem
honestly.
is that they don't know how to do their own research. They think X.com is research. They think what Trump
Yeah,
says
they
is
really do.
research. And that's really the
They
issue.
don't look for sources. They just it's trust me, bro. Source. That's actually the only source they have. But anyway, thanks for letting me up. I love you, Dan. Love
Love
you,
you too.
lives, and
Bye.
yeah, have a good one.
Go to the next guest. Yeah, yo, chat. Everybody see Ant Man, my number one fan, in the comments. Hi, welcome up.
So yeah, so bring a MAGA up.
What
Bring a MAGA up.
are you, MAGA?
No, I'm not. I just want to talk to one.
Um, well, I I've been kind of talking to him. It's like,
No, I want to get after one. Let me at it.
wait, is that 30, 30, 30 guy still here? Yo, 30, 30, 30. Request back up. No, yeah, sorry, man.
Yeah, they're too scared to come up because they know they're wrong.
I agree. Go to the next guest. Release the Robert. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Going well. How are you?
Good, good. I just wanted to touch on kind of what the issue is with MAGA and why they've gotten so locked into really just an echo chamber, and maybe what you think would be the solution for it.
Oof. Um, I don't know that all of them can be saved. But some of them, I think, when they start to realize that some of the shit he's doing is going to negatively affect them will probably come around. It sucks that critical thinking and empathy weren't enough, and they need to actually feel the pain of their vote. But I think that's probably what's gonna lead most people.
Right. And it's just like the biggest issue I run into is if you provide sources, he's trained them to be able to just simply say that the source is fake and false without them even researching it. Even if they do research it, the
Yeah.
whole "that's fake news" statement is basically just a blanket statement for them to avoid any accountability. So I was thinking we need to actually teach people how to review verifiable sources, look into multiple sources, right? Because X, of course, that's just an aggregate, right? That's just a website where people can post supposed sources. But he has trained them to quite literally just believe whatever they want to believe. And I don't know how you break through something like that. I mean, it's impossible.
Yeah. All right.
So
Well,
I don't know if you've ran into any other ways to get around it, but
I mean, listen, we've
yeah.
got through a few, but it's hard, man. It's hard. So
And then that last guy was saying how he would defend Biden. I think that's a load of crock, right? Like when Biden was president, every single issue they could think of was his fault, right? Now, all of a sudden, a month in, we have these unprecedented plane crashes. Oh, how could you dare even consider blaming any of this on Trump when that was their calling card? So we know they have the ability to discern, hey, maybe not every single problem in the world is the president's fault, right?
yeah.
But Trump, they did a master class in blaming high cost global inflation on the opponent, on the Democrats, right? Now
Mm-hmm.
that he's in, he's already pulling back. Oh, grocery costs, lowering costs, inflation is kind of a tough thing to attack.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're talking about, they're not even worried about that anymore.
No.
That was
In
the
fact,
huge
it
rallying
might
cry.
go up a little bit because of the tariffs.
Right. So they're not they're not even concerned about it. I've even seen a lot of people on X, diehard Trumpers that are saying, I'm willing to, fight for my country, and if that requires my grocery bills to go up, then I'm all for it. So they just kind of go where the wind blows, where the algorithm takes them, and what the latest flavor of the week is,
Yeah.
and it's just crazy. I mean, I guess I just want to go there and say that, and saying, "Oh, I can't believe you could do this, that, and the other." You got a president that's screaming he hates Taylor Swift on the internet.
Yeah, literally.
And we're talking about decorum. We're talking about, being fair, this, that, and the other, not getting emotional. But you can hear in that last guy's voice, he would stumble over his words, he'd get really upset, but then he would act like he's objective and that he would defend Biden if this, that, and the other. It's just, you can hear right through it.
Yeah.
So, but
Thank you for
I
coming up.
appreciate your work, man. I think you're doing a great job. And thanks for your time.
All right, you too. Bye. Jada, thank you for the $2. Doesn't look like there's a message here, but thank you. All right, going to the next guest. Is that true? We spent $15 million for him to go to the Super Bowl? Hold on, I'm fact checking that. While we can provide a bare minimum estimate of costs such as air transportation and Secret Service work, nearly 1 million, this is only a fraction of the total cost of Trump's presence at the Super Bowl to American taxpayers. Yeah, the 20 million is like an estimate. There's no confirmation of that. But I mean, I guess now that I think about it, any amount of money for him to go to the Super Bowl seems kind of like a waste, huh? But Republicans won't care about that. On to the next guest. Why can't he pay for his own entertainment? Hi, welcome up.
What's up?
What's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. 3030's got 30 brain cells and Lars got a limp dick. Fuck Donald Trump, free Luigi. That's all I gotta say. Oh wait, no, can I actually ask you a genuine question that I'm stuck on? When I'm trying to convince my family against, Trump or whatever, and they always bring up immigration, the only thing that I like really fall short on is their argument of why should illegal immigrants be in our country? And then I'm like really stuck because like I see where they're coming from, that illegals aren't meant to be here because they're illegals, but at the same time I understand the benefit that they bring to the economy, and I can't really push past my own head justifying people being illegal. I don't know, it's like the only thing I'm stuck on.
Yeah. So what I usually respond to that is, give me 1 second. What I usually respond to that is, I think there should be less illegal immigration and more legal immigration. And so I think we should pass legislation to accomplish that. That's something that Donald Trump chose to block, the Langford bill, which would have curtailed illegal immigration and made it not necessarily easier, but would have made the process for asylum seeking more restrictive. Now, in terms of more legal immigration, I mean, I personally like immigrants. If people want to come to this country and work and start families, I'm totally for that. We already have a workforce shortage. So the argument is, if you guys are, if mass deportation, if you want fewer immigrants, then the best way to do that is to strengthen the border through legislation. But that's not what Donald Trump's proposing. He's proposing mass deportation. He's proposing building a wall, which doesn't help with visa overstays, doesn't help with the asylum seeking process, right? And that's really where I go with that, because there's no benefit to mass deportation. I don't know if they know this, that we have a really good study in my sources that talks about how it would cost the American taxpayer billions of dollars. It would cost us billions of dollars to get them out. Then we'd lose billions of dollars in tax revenue. It would also break up families, and it would be a massive rights violation to regular people. Like, the fact that you have people knocking on your door asking to see your papers shouldn't be the case in 2025 in the United States of America. So that's really my argument. Like, if they can justify mass deportation over stricter borders, I'd love to hear how. But I'd be okay with stricter borders. I just don't see any benefit to mass deportation other than the cruelty of it.
What's the argument for zero illegal immigration? Because they just keep saying, well, there shouldn't be any illegal immigrants, and they say that it's Biden's fault that there's illegal immigrants, or that there's it's Democrats' fault for illegal immigrants.
Okay, well, first of all, I would say that how did Biden cause more illegal immigration?
They think that his policies weaken the borders or anything like that, and I'm not really sure how to rebuttal that.
Well, you got to get them to point it out, because the fact of the matter is, what's it called? The encounters spiked at the start of the pandemic in March of 2020, and Donald Trump was able to shut down the border thanks to Title 42, which essentially it shuts down the border in the event of a public health crisis. Right? Title 42 expired when the pandemic ended, and so that's not on Biden. Anyway,
that makes sense.
There's also a really good thing you can show them. Hold on, Trump immigration chart. So this is this chart that Trump kept showing at his rallies. Let me see if I can get it for you.
Like, I tell my family, I'm like, illegal immigration is inevitable. We share two of the largest borders in the world. Like, it's gonna happen. And they just freak out and they're like, no, it shouldn't be possible. And I'm like, well, they wouldn't have to if the immigration process wasn't so lengthy and
Yeah,
fucking
exactly. Here's the
bureaucratic.
thing. Ask them if they'd be okay with making it easier or faster for people to immigrate legally.
I already tried that. They said no.
They said they wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah, we're a family of immigrants from Russia.
Okay, wait, hold on. So they said they wouldn't be okay with making legal immigration easier?
Yeah, they said that there's too many
Okay.
coming across the border,
Yeah.
regardless, I guess.
I don't want to be the one to break it to you, but they might be racist.
Dude,
If you're
I know. I've been saying that, and they
Yeah,
just
it
completely
sucks,
flat
man.
out deny it.
It
They're
sucks.
like, well, we
If
can't
you're
do this.
against legal immigration, you're racist. It just is what it is, man. Immigrants, we're all immigrants. It's the country of immigrants. And
I'm immigrant. I'm literally an immigrant.
yeah.
No
Um
fucking complaining.
but yeah, so this is the chart that Trump kept showing at his rallies. It's actually also the chart that potentially saved his life because he was turning to look at the chart when the bullet came across. But and it's interesting because he points out if you see, can you guys see my mouse or no? Hold on. My mouse visible? No, it's not. 1 second.
No, I don't see it.
Capture cursor. Okay, should be visible now. All right. So he says Trump leaves office, lowest illegal immigration in recorded history. See this big red arrow? This is just a full blown lie because Trump left office here.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Your cursor's like practically invisible.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to move it as much as possible.
I can see it.
Okay. Yeah, TikTok has a really small screen. I'm sorry. But anyway, yeah. Ultimately, if someone is against legal immigration, then it's probably not worth having the conversation. They're just racist, and it sucks. But
It does. Like my family's very liberal, but my sister married a MAGA guy, and it's
oof.
like she's changed, and it's so noticeable. And if I try and talk to her, then she thinks I'm like open for illegal immigration. She thinks I'm anti-Jew, anti-Israel, and I'm like, yeah, I am. I'm anti-Israel. Not. I mean, we're a family of Jews. I can't really be against Jewish people. I mean, I hate Israel, but not the people. And she just thinks I'm like some fucking left-wing nut who just absolutely despises like everything the country's built on, and she thinks I hate the Jewish people. I'm like, dude, I'm just defending like people that have nowhere to go and people who are innocent and everything. And like, yeah, why do you think they're coming to America? It's not because they love where they're coming from. I mean, they do in the culture, but not like terms of living. They're
Yeah.
coming here because they're it's a beacon of hope. Bring me your sick and tired. And it's like it just annoys me that my family would rather care about something like this than care about the actual side. They just deny everything. Like they think they have empathy. They think that they are empathetic people. But then I point out stuff like this and they're like, they're illegal.
Yeah, it's a ladder pullers that always get me, man.
What's a ladder pull? You mean like you go up and then they bring the ladder up with them?
And then
What do
bring
you-
out, yeah, they get into the country and then they don't want anyone else in.
Oh no, that's it.
Yeah.
No. Damn.
All right. Thank you so much for coming up. I
Hey,
appreciate
thanks,
your
man.
rant at the
Love your
start.
content.
Have a good
How do
one.
I leave?
I got you.
Okay, bye.
All right, I'm gonna go to the next guest. But I do need to grab some water. So if y'all can give me like 14 seconds. Okay. And actually, hold on. I gotta mute Twitch and YouTube. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta mute you for copyright reasons. But All right. Thank you for your patience. Hold on. Thank you for your patience, Twitch and YouTube. I'm sorry. Okay. We're going to go to the next guest. How tall are you? I'm 5'7". Sonia, thank you for the $1. Not sure if you saw this. Global gag rule fact sheet. No, I didn't see that. You look taller. Speaker tries to get money from Divide. Poofed. I don't know if you know this, but Donald Trump literally blamed a plane crash on diversity, equity, and inclusion. But I'm the one dividing. Okay. Okay, Aaron, sounds good. All right, guest not connecting. Going to the next guest. Did you get my PayPal? Let me see. When did you send it? All right, guest not connecting. MAGA Mobile. I don't know what's going on. Going to the next guest. Was for 18. All right, let me check. I don't see it at the moment. Oh my god, none of these guests are connecting, man. Thank you, ma'am. I'll open that up in a second. Oh, okay. I am very, very. PayPal hasn't been notifying me. I am so sorry. Okay. Can I say your name, your first name? The person who sent that? Sure. Okay. Michaela, thank you so much for the $18. Kick this jackass. Also, Elon's son told Trump he isn't president and to shut the fuck up. Is that true or is that just a viral post? Thank you so much for the 18. I don't know who this was for, but I owe you a dino. Just say the word and I'll dino someone. Jada, thank you for the $10 for Daddy Dan. Thank you so much. That's weird. I saw the $2 that you sent after, but not the 10. Okay, cool. Going to the next guest because I don't know what's going on with these guests, man. You can hear the toddler say it. Okay. You can't hear it. People are assuming. We're running out of people here. Wait, is that maybe there's something wrong with my TikTok? There's no way this many people can't connect. Restart maybe. Yeah, thoughts. That sounds good. Thoughts. Can you do that? Was it bring your son to Coot? Nope.
Hello.
Hi, it works. So
It works. It must be the Starlink they've all switched to from MAGA Mobile, maybe.
Yeah, I guess. All right. Thank you so much for your help.
Yeah. No worries.
All right. Well, really quick. In the meantime, shout out to Dirty Bad Bloggers, Oscar Ziwick, Ziwick, and for VJJ's only. Thank you all so much for tapping the screen. You are the top 3 tappers in the first hour and 47 minutes. I am going to reset this so everyone has a chance. Honestly, I think they're just scared. Parker fights nonstop to get one guest. Could be. I mean, it's getting harder and harder to defend Donald Trump is the problem. Like, before the election, they can, like, go by speculation, but now it's like, oh, shit, he's destroying the country. What am I going to say? Like, you literally have to be, like, inside his rectal cavity to defend him at this point. Okay. We're going to go to the next guest in a second. We might do a reset, actually, to get more guests, but resetting that. Some of them prefer it that way. Yeah, unfortunately. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Do you
I'm
Google
just reading your thing one more time.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Yeah, that seems about right. But the I just want to get your opinion on the crazy judge's ruling, how what Elon and what Trump are doing is not part of the executive branch.
Yeah.
Dude, well, I mean, we're gonna find out pretty soon. I don't know. I just want to get your opinion on that.
I mean, I'm not a constitutional lawyer or judge, but I will say, at least on the federal funding freeze, that was 100% unconstitutional, and because it goes against the separation of powers, and the fact that Trump is defying that is very, very scary. It is not.
But that's the question, though. Is it in the executive orders?
So the
Brand, or is it
funding,
not?
so the funding that is being frozen, quote unquote, is approved by Congress. Congress has the power of the purse. So for him to just freeze that funding would obviously go to court, and then the courts ruled that it is unconstitutional.
What aren't you happy about the freeze?
Well,
or the hold?
I mean, there's a lot of reasons not to just freeze all federal funding.
It's not all federal.
I know,
funding.
but there's things like Head Start and Meals on Wheels and a bunch of other programs that benefit Americans.
Sure, but those aren't individual assistance, anyways.
Yeah. So wait, say that again.
Those aren't individual assistance, anyways.
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
What do you mean? Meals on Wheels isn't individual assistance.
Yeah, but it helps Americans, right? And it was already voted on. This is funds that are already confirmed and voted on, right?
Well, sure.
Chat, I don't know where that text box
It's not direct assistance, though.
Why does that matter?
Of course, it 100% matters.
Can you explain how?
Well, all you have to do is take a look at what has been unraveled and uncovered in the last week towards Doge.
Okay, what has been unraveled and uncovered?
The amount of fraud and stupid money being spent.
Wait, no, you need to give me an example of fraud, because stupid money is your opinion.
Okay, fraud. How does a 150-year-old claim Social Security?
I need a source on that.
It's all over every single news station. How is a 150-year-old claiming Social Security? Which there are no 150-year-olds, by the way.
Musk claims there are 150-year-olds receiving Social Security benefits. He's provided no evidence.
Okay.
Can I see the evidence? Do you have it?
It's fine. We'll just give millions to a transgenderism play, anyways. It's fine. It's all
I
cool.
don't even know what that means. What are you talking about?
It's exactly what it means. Why are you comfortable with giving millions of dollars to Somalia for a $25 million transgenderism play?
Play?
Yeah, so a theatric play.
Okay, so if I pull that up and it's like totally exaggerated and incorrect, are you going to say, "Oh shit, I was misinformed"?
Sure, but I'm not. It's real. Transgenderism. Why are we supporting a
Hold on,
transgenderism
I'll pull it up. Somalia.
play in a foreign country?
Let's see this.
That makes no sense.
Yeah,
And buying condoms
can you provide the source on this,
$11
actually?
Yeah, Doge.
Yeah, what is the source that they're providing?
It's just Doge.
Okay. So Elon Musk comes out, right? And he says that you're actually 4 feet tall. Are you going to believe him? No. So what is the source being provided by Doge?
6'3".
What is the source being provided by Doge?
Sorry, Elon, I'm 6'3".
What is the source being provided by Doge?
Just Doge.
Okay.
I don't
So
know
what
how
you are
150-year-old
unfortunately
gets Social Security and why you're fine with
licking
that.
the boots of the richest man on earth and just taking everything he says
Oh,
for
yeah.
fact. Kind
Are
of
you
insane.
fine with
Really
building
cringe
a-
behavior. If you could provide any source, we could talk about these issues. But
Are you fine with building a $25 million
until I see proof, I don't even have to debate it. Why would I debate some just hearsay?
No, I just want to know. I'm not here to debate. I'm just here to ask you a question. Are you fine with that?
I
you
don't know
fine-
the full information, so I can't even answer that.
Are you fine with your money going to build a road in Iraq that was never built for $25 million?
Am I? Okay. Again, if there's no source, then I can't answer because what you're saying.
Yeah, Doge.
What you're
Doge. Source. Doge. Are you fine? I just wanna-
Doge is not the source.
Of course it is.
Okay. If they don't provide the source showing, okay, this is what I would need to see. Right?
This is just a
I would need to
personal
see
question.
I would need to see the funding being approved. Then I would need to see the project using that funding, and then I would need to see that project not being done. Those three things would need to be provided, not just Elon Musk saying this is what happened.
I know. I just want to know if you're fine with your taxpayer money going to that.
Okay. You know
Even if it wasn't.
Even if it was, do you see how insanely the framing of that question? It's like in third grade when kids would go, "Do your parents know that you're gay?" Answer that question. Do your parents know that you're gay? You're literally asking me a third grade question.
What are you okay with your tax money going to a road in Iraq for $25 million that was never built?
If the premise of the question is false, then I'm not going to answer it.
Not
okay?
false. 100% true.
Pull up the source. You don't have a source. You have Elon Musk's word.
Just straight facts. I don't know.
Do your parents know that you're gay?
No, I'm not gay. I would never be gay.
No, I said, do your parents know that you're gay? Why aren't you answering the question?
Oh, well, they know I'm not gay, so.
You're not answering the question. I asked you if your parents know that you're gay. It's yes or no.
Well, I'm not gay, so.
Yeah, okay. So when you ask me the stupid ass question about the Iraq thing, and there's no source about it, why would I answer your question?
Well,
you understand?
Why won't you just look it up? It's Doge. Do you know what Doge is?
I know what Doge is.
Okay,
Doge
good.
is
Look
not
it
a
up.
source.
Of course it is. Is the DoD a source?
It depends on what they're providing. If it's just Hexeth coming out and saying, "Oh, by the
Is
way,
the DOJ
we're at war
source?
with Canada," then no. If it's an order signed that we're at war with Canada, that's different.
Silly.
Oh,
You probably believe in birthright citizenship too.
it's in the Constitution. What do you mean? What do you mean believe in birthright citizenship? That it exists? The existence of birthright citizenship as a concept?
You probably don't even know how it came into existence.
I know it had to do with freed slaves.
Yeah, they're called the Civil Rights Amendments, 14 through 16.
Yeah, I understand. I get that you hate those. You're
But
very anti.
Yeah, I totally hate them. Yep, I 100% hate the Civil Rights Amendments. You go out,
So
man.
this is a wild pivot.
But
All right,
anyways,
so if
how
you
come
can you do
how
me a
come
favor?
you're
No,
fine?
I'm gonna need something from you. I'm gonna need you to provide the source on that Iraq road thing, and if
Yeah,
not, I'm going to
I
the
already
next
told you. I don't know why you keep.
Nope.
asking.
You gotta pull it up. I want you to show me the source, please.
Doge. Do you know?
No, you have to show me. Nope. Sorry. You don't get to just come up here and spout bullshit and then
Well,
make
it's true.
me go do the work for you.
It's not BS.
Yeah. So nope. You do not get to monologue on my live without providing a source. I'm sorry. We don't do that anymore.
I'm
No,
just
I
here to
don't have
ask
time for that.
questions.
We don't have time for that. We don't have time for that.
How come you don't like simple?
I'm waiting for a source.
Okay, I got your source.
All right, go ahead. What's the website?
It's Doge. Do you know how to
I'm so
spell?
sick
Uh
of
huh.
these people. You know.
And what does Doge say?
You know Stephen A. Smith regrets his vote for Kamala Harris too. Funny soundboard.
I don't know what the 90% of the soundboard is Donald
That's
Trump,
funny.
right? You know 90%
That's
of the
funny.
soundboard is Donald Trump. I don't know
That's
why that has to
funny.
do with anything.
Stephen A. Smith regrets his vote for Kamala Harris.
By the way, he did not say that. He did not say.
He 100%
He did not say that he would vote for Trump. FYI.
He 100% said he regrets his vote.
Okay. You know what? Sure.
Stephen A.
Can you grasp the two brain cells that are bouncing off the walls of your head?
Way more
Rub them
than
together
two,
so you
buddy.
can provide a source for your claim. Otherwise, I'm going to go speak to humans with critical thinking skills. Okay?
I don't think you have any because I told you like 5-8 times. Doge.
Doge is
Real
not
simple.
a source. What evidence are they providing? What is
that they gave money to Iraq to build a 25
that evidence?
million
Where is
road.
it? Show me that. Show me that evidence.
Yeah, it's in Doge.
Yeah. Show me it. Show. You know what the word "show" means? It's like show and tell, but without the tell part. Stop telling. Stop telling. I don't want you to tell anymore. Now it's the show time.
Okay. Well, you would probably.
Okay. No. I once again, you don't get the monologue without the source.
You would probably
We
go
don't
to
do
the
that anymore.
play.
We do not do that anymore. I need you to show the source.
The transgenderism play.
We do not do them anymore. If you provide the source, I can answer your question. But until such time,
really
I'm going to
good
keep
at
asking you. Do your parents know that you're gay?
I already told you.
No, you didn't.
I
You didn't
answered
answer my yes or no
answered
question.
questions
Your
unlike
question
you.
is framed incorrectly, just like the third
I
grade
answer
question.
questions
Okay?
unlike you.
So, if you don't provide a source, you are in a cult, my friend. You're just believing
No,
the richest
not
man
a
on
cult.
earth. The richest man on earth is pissing on you and telling you it's raining, and you're like, yes,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Musk, please. That's
more,
you.
yeah.
Please,
Yeah, please.
for once in your goddamn life, vote in your own best interest and stop voting for tax cuts for the top 1%, because that's all you're doing. Look at what Elon Musk found. Look at all the lies he's telling me, just so he could justify giving himself $200 billion.
Oh yeah.
Eat shit. Go to the next guest. Thank you for the dinos. That was a blowout. 103-5 on the kick keep. Michelle, thank you for the dino. Okay, thank you for the dino.
Hey, Dan.
Hey.
All right. That last guest was driving me crazy. So I program for a living. I work on computer systems. And let me just explain the crazy 150-year-old claim that they keep saying. So Elon Musk's group, who clearly do not know old programming languages, nor the programming language that most of the federal government is built on. That programming language is called COBOL, COBOL. In COBOL, when you transfer data from one system to another, and the date field doesn't pass through, it defaults to a date, or it defaults to a set of numbers that when a modern system pulls in those numbers as a date, it will show 1875. It'll show the year 1875, January 1st, 1875. So a birth date that doesn't transfer over, doesn't save, will show up as a birth date in 1875. Social Security, that doesn't make any sense, right? For somebody born in 1875 to have Social Security now anyway. But that is why 1875, why 150-year-old people keep coming up, because they don't know how to read COBOL, which is the programming language of all of these federal benefit systems. And if I hear this claim one more time, I'm going to go crazy, because it's just very clear that that whole group doesn't know these older programming languages. This was really used a lot in like the 50s and 60s, and it doesn't pay to rewrite the whole code base. So they keep all this stuff in these old programming languages. And now they have, 20-year-olds trying to understand this old code and they can't. And then they make these crazy assumptions as if there are people with who are 150 years old, and they're not. It's just the data didn't transfer, and they're using a terrible extract tool to try to pull the data. Okay, that's all I had to say. It was driving me crazy, but yeah, no, there's nobody 150 years old. Also, there are no accountants, there's no forensic investigators, and there are no programmers of older languages on that whole team. So they should not be trying to claim anything in these systems. Anyway, if you need me for any other really old programming language questions, let me know.
Will do. Thank you so much.
Okay, you can drop me. Thanks.
Okay, really quick. We're gonna go to our next guest shortly. Two things. Sonia, thank you for the $1. Whatever link you're sending me, if you could send that to Mim, she'll send it to me directly. It's easier because I can't pull it on my phone onto the computer. Thank you, Sonia, for the $1, and thank you, Tori, for the $2 for having to put up with the 30 guy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Okay. If you're here for the first time, thank you all so much for joining. We are live Wednesdays to Saturdays, 6 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We're also live we try to be live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. We are currently live on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. And it's kind of looking like TikTok's going to be banned again. So if you don't want to miss out on any future Dan Malik content, Linktree in my bio has the YouTube and the Twitch, and you guys can follow that now before it's too late. And yeah, love you all. Unless you still support Donald Trump. But everybody else, I love you. Okay, we're going to the next guest. The 24-hour stream was nuts. We're doing another one, February 28th. Mark your calendars. 24-hour stream, February 28th. What time? I don't know yet. I think I asked Maxim what time, and I either forgot or ignored what he said. Hi, welcome up.
28.
What?
28.
Are you just saying the number 28?
My age.
Oh, okay. How you doing?
Not too bad. Are you saying the 4 plane crashes were caused by Trump?
No. I'm just saying that it's an unprecedented amount of plane crashes in such a short period of time, and it's at least for the plane crash in D.C. where 67 Americans died. It was likely caused by being short-staffed and air traffic controllers doing the work of multiple people, and Donald Trump has directly led to the firing of, or excuse me, the buyouts of air traffic controllers, and also the firing of the head of the FAA. So, I mean, I'm just putting two and two together.
Oh my God.
That's a runner, chat. We got a runner. Going to the next guest in a second. Hi, welcome up. Oh, never mind. Going to our next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I don't actually have much against what you have up there. Actually, in just general to you, how do you cope with like these different people, similar to Matt, who is just completely brain dead?
I have a very awesome community that keeps me sane.
That's kind of just it. Is there like no
Um,
like if you were to
well,
give advice to other people who deal with guys like that on a regular basis on how to keep sane?
Sarah kind of hit the nail on the head. Actually, Dan thrives off chaos. I am uniquely equipped to um yell at these brain rotted individuals. I'm able to, for the most part, compartmentalize. It's been a lot harder now that Trump is actually president and doing things. But in terms of all of these people, um, I don't know. It's I guess I got used to it.
Well, thank you for that. I
Yeah,
thought that
I
might
wish
be
I had advice,
something.
but like it's just what I used to say when people ask that is I just have terminal brain rot. So
That makes things easier, I guess.
yeah, yeah.
All right, keep up the good work.
Thank you. Have a good one. Y'all don't forget to check her private video. She's got nudes in her bio. These who falls for the porn bots? Chat. Is it MAGA? Who's falling for these porn bots? Somebody's got to be. Political peasant, do me a favor and either request up or stop spamming, bro. I see. I'll even read your comment. Dan, wisdom is chasing you, but you are faster. Great comment, dude. Now either request up or stop spamming. God damn. Trump is emu with his cabinet of Gorse. You know what sucks? I don't think I can say that. I would have to say Trump is a celestial dragon, like Charlos, because I can't compare him to any of the people with brains. That's not fair to them. On the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, how's it going? Listen, Democrats for Trump, sir.
All right. What do you like about Donald Trump?
I like his book. He's a business genius, sir. I've said it in your chat. I'll say it again. He's a business genius. The way he runs a government is how an intellectual runs a college, sir. He's getting rid of the illegals.
Business genius, but he increased the deficit by $8 trillion. Nice genius.
No, sir, we're talking about the illegals here, sir. That's what I'm talking about. He's getting rid of all the illegals,
Uh,
and you know it.
what is?
He's your poppy.
Oh, you're one of those fetish guys. Got it. Okay. Well,
I
listen,
love Trump.
I'm not gonna yuck anybody's yum. If
He's
if you really like the daddy kink play with Trump, that's cool for you. I'm really good on that. So you have yourself a day. Hi, welcome up.
That guy's bio said he's a senator advisor.
God, I hope not. Wait, you just came up to say that? All right, go to the next guest. Dan, would you be open to out misinforming the public than MAGA? That's tough, man. That's a tough question. Like misinforming for good instead of for evil? Probably not, but maybe I can be convinced for the greater good. I'd like to. Thank you so much for the Night Star. I'd like to hold ourselves to a higher standard, though. Just start saying Trump made the planes crash. Yeah, right. Instead of having like a nuanced take, which is like, well, Trump is the reason that there was no FAA director, and he's the reason we had a shortage of air traffic controllers, and the plane crash was likely contributed to by the fact that we had a shortage of air traffic controllers. I should just say Trump was the reason the planes crashed. Like that's what Republicans would do. But Biden's the reason for inflation. Trump's the reason for the planes crash. Just lie. It'd be so much easier. It's so much easier debating as a Republican, not having to have facts. Just be like, oh, you know what Doge just came up with? There you go. You just make some shit up. We can say it's definitely not DEI. We can say that. That's right. You know what? Maybe we should do one live where I just argue like MAGA. Are you guys okay with the fact that Donald Trump is banning American citizens from going to Chick-fil-A? Hi, welcome up.
Hey, what's up, Dan? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. So, I had a question and I wanted to get your opinion on. I feel like lately it feels like doesn't really matter what side you're on. Like it feels like we're all kind of like upset at the same things, just kind of channeled differently. So people who are MAGA, they're like bringing up, like taxes or maybe healthcare issues or whatever it is, and immigration. And it feels like, people on the left also understand that that's something that needs to be, reformed and stuff. So my question to you is like, there's some people, like you mentioned earlier, are just too far gone. Like that brain rot dude earlier, like that dude is just, he's helpless. He's a troll. I love the poorly educated. But it feels like, like I said, we're kind of angry at the same things, if that makes sense.
I think I disagree. While there are things that we both are upset about, I think both parties are upset about the rising cost of living. The Republicans are mad about a lot of things that liberals don't really care much about at all. Like I've said it before, illegal immigration isn't in my top 10 issues. Yeah, I wish illegal immigration, there was less illegal immigration and more legal immigration, but it's not driving me to the polls, and certainly not trans women in women's sports, which is like a top 3 issue for Republicans right now. I just don't think I don't think that's true exactly. I think I think Republicans have a real difficult time with scope. Whereas like Democrats are worried about like healthcare, which is something that every American needs. Republicans are worried about like the sub 10 trans athletes in the NCAA. Yeah, so I think I disagree.
Okay. No, yeah, I think I agree with what you're saying here. Just, I don't know, man. I'm in this point where, like, I have some family members that I have an inclination that they might like MAGA stuff. And I'm just like, dude, like, you guys cannot be that dumb. But, like you mentioned, there's just some people who are too far gone and worried about the wrong things. So, okay, cool. Just wanted to bring that point up.
Thank you so much.
All right, see you, bro.
Bye. Really quick, I forgot to announce it before. Okay. Now, it's not 100%. All right, it depends on how much interest there is. But this Friday is Valentine's Day. Okay, and we've been talking about since before the election doing a like liberal dating show, right? Basically, a dating show for people with empathy, right? So if you voted for Kamala Harris, etc. We are currently doing signups in the Discord. There's a Google Sheets, not Google Sheets, Google questionnaire, Google something. Google's involved. Where you can answer questions about like what you're looking for and et cetera, et cetera. But Google form, thank you, Mim. But yeah, I will be hosting. and beta men looking for manly women. Whiskers, listen, it's okay. It's okay. Everything's gonna be all right, man. You're gonna be just fine. You'll get through this rough patch. But yeah, I will be hosting. I will not be one of the contestants, not on this one. But it will be. It should be a good time. So if you're interested, fill out the form. I don't know, Mim, was it in general where that form was? I'll also do an announcement later. The Dan dating show happens every night after midnight in the chat apparently. Mixing dating with activism is a bad idea. DGG failed in this part before. Hold on. I'm a little confused by that. I think the failure on DGG's part is that. Never mind. I'm not going into that. Tinder Def has no liberals, so this is a step up. Yeah. So I don't know what it must be like for, especially for women. Like it's the case for men as well, but especially for women in like red states. Like, bro, how do you get through all of like the sunglasses in the front seat of a car profile pictures, the fish profile pictures, where it's like God, family, guns, you know? How do you guys do it? I don't understand. I'm in Florida. It's rough. It's rough. All right, go to the next guest. I'm in Colorado, and it's a nightmare here. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, okay? And listen, I'm sorry for the men that are listening, but I don't think at this moment, I don't think men offer enough benefit to outweigh the search for a good one. You know what I mean? Like I can't imagine right now getting through the minefield of what's going on out there. And the best case scenario is dating a guy. Like, I've unmatched with women when I found out they were Republican. Yeah, Chris, wait, I gotta play my one of my favorite clips of all time. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah.
Nervous wreck.
Oh no, just be
what did I do
excited.
this
You're
for?
gonna be great.
I'm gonna destroy your entire show. Don't you
Oh,
understand?
please, no, you're doing
I used to. This is how.
Bro, it's so me. It's holy shit. The music, yeah, the trombone, the sad trombone. I'm not okay. I all right. So she was a lovely girl, okay. But the last girl I dated before COVID started, I ended up no longer talking to because she started to fall down like the COVID rabbit hole, the like pandemic shit, and super similar vibes, man. Like it just I can't do it. The one where Larry gets out of line for voting, yeah, that one was funny. All right, go to the next guest. Did she find her way out? Do you know? I have no idea. Can you imagine pillow talking being but China? Oh my god. The MAGA hat one is good. Oh my god. Okay. The MAGA hat one. Okay, we'll watch it after the debates. That's so good. It's so good. All right, go to the next guest. Here we go. Did we have Jeef Berkey up before? I feel like we did. Hello?
Hi.
It's getting hard to hear you.
Oh.
Hi, welcome up.
I did not think I'd get called on. I'm. Am I supposed to argue for or against?
Oh, wait, did you misclick?
Whoops. I didn't mean. I didn't. I saw the pop up. What the hell?
Oh, are you driving?
I am driving. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, drive safe.
Well,
Okay. That's weird. Blake, patently false about the plane crashes. What about the thing that I wrote up there is false? Can you tell me? So no deadly plane crashes since 2009. No commercial American plane crashes. Deadly commercial American plane crashes since 2009. Yes, that's correct. Guest not connecting. Going to the next guest. Getting sick of MAGA Mobile. Jada, thank you for the $2. Be my Valentine. I cook, I clean, I please. Thank you, Jada. The please is all in caps. I'm not gonna lie, I could use some home cooking. All right, DM me. We'll talk. Go to the next guest. Guest not connecting. Go to the next guest. Long distance. I have no idea where Jada lives, but I'm I'm kind of hungry at the moment, so so the I cook part was Wizard of Oz is crazy. You ever like go shopping while you're hungry and you end up like buying a lot of stuff? Dan, it's not after midnight. Oh, you're right, JC. Hold on, don't DM me. I'm making pasta right now. Ooh, you can DM me too. Go to the next guest. Pam Bondi announced she's going after Letitia James. How is she going after her? Worst choices when shopping hungry. Maxim, what time are we starting the 24-hour live on the 29th? What time are we starting it? Or what time would you prefer? Making grilled cheese? All right, Quinn. You know the fuck what? Red flag. Go to the next guest. 28th. Yes, February 28th. We're doing another 24-hour live. Colgan Air Flight 2009 was deadly. Yeah, it says from 2009 to 2024. What's going on 28th? We're doing a 24-hour live. Hi, welcome up. Hello? Bueller? Bueller? All right, going to the next guest. times does the 24-hour live start? I don't know. I asked Maxim. Did Maxim respond? Beef Korean rice bowls for us tonight. Aaron, you can DM me too. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
You're all right. One of those guests, they brought up some stuff without any resources or any facts. The $25 million in some kind of pageant or something, but I couldn't find anything on that. But what I did find was about $4 million, which is a lot of money. It's not nearly, it's not a lot, but in terms of what they spend, but it's, it's still substantial if it's fraud or, not what people wanted.
Of fraud,
but
you said?
No, it would be substantial if it was, but in a way it is because, it's for Guatemalan LGBT activism, which is fine. Like I'm pro LGBT, but I don't understand why we need to spend money to I get Guatemalan people are not very, they're opposed to it. There's laws against it. And I'm sure, I don't know, but I'm sure some countries are very strict and they shouldn't be. But why is it our responsibility to fund a political, change in another country? Why do we have to go to other countries? And yes, they're wrong for whatever they do to people that are LGBTQ, but why is it our job to do that? And did we not, as a United States, vote for this to stop this? Because he won, right? The majority vote. So you can't really be upset. You can be upset at it, but you can't say that it's it wasn't. We voted for it, And I know you didn't, but the country as a whole voted for it.
Okay. There's a few things here. So first of all, the United States supporting other nations promotes not only global stability, but it promotes the U.S.'s hegemony. Okay, so basically, the U.S. is seen more favorably by people around the world. Other countries are more likely to work with the U.S. in the future, especially as they start to develop into business-doing countries. We've set up infrastructure in the same way that China tries to do as well. So that's part of the reason why we do these things. Thank you, Kyle. Second reason is human rights issues. Sometimes we step in for human rights issues because I think as the richest country on earth, we can do that, and I'm all for that. Not to mention the fact that global stability leads to global security, which is a good thing for national security. If we're upset about migrants coming to the border, but we improve the living conditions in places like Guatemala, then there will be fewer migrants. So there's a lot of reasons to support things like that. Now, my biggest problem is that the people who seem to be against this don't actually care about spending, don't actually care about deficits, because they're okay with cutting taxes for Elon Musk. And that's what really frustrates me. It's they want to call all of these crumbs, these grains of salt, when the entire salt mine is being cut from Elon on a per day, and that's just Elon. It's also the top 1%. So that's
it's not just him though. But listen, the other side's upset now because it's either one side or the other. They're all committing fraud. They're all committing conspiracy to commit fraud. At least.
Hold on, but none of this is fraud. This is all of these funds are.
On both sides, on Democrats and Republicans, every day commit crimes that they're not charged for. It's just facts. It's just true. I'm writing a paper, an APA style, with citing sources and everything for school. I'm in college right now, and I'm writing a paper on how, again, and it's not one sided. It's I use both people, but just because I'm supposed to be opposing you right now is I'm one of the people is Nancy Pelosi and her husband, and this is all factual. This is not a conspiracy or anything like that. The United Healthcare thing that happened when they got hacked, and 100 million people, 100 million Americans got all their information leaked, social security numbers, diagnoses, their doctor, all of that's leaked and out there. And no one even, it's not even on the news anymore, but it's a huge thing. And then when that happened, who did United Healthcare go to patch the holes in their company? A huge tech company they hired, gave them a huge $1 billion contract, whatever. And obviously when they hired this tech company, that stock soared. But who had bought, before any of this is public information, Nancy Pelosi's husband bought shares in that company. This is all factual. This is not like color. This is all, you can look it up. Everything. It's just facts that happened. Now, whether there's no way that was not insider trading. He had to know, because, I mean, again, you can say, well, he just made a good pick or whatever, but
Okay.
it happens time and time again. And this is both sides. Rick Scott's guilty. There's tons of Republicans.
Well,
Ted Cruz.
no, hold on. Rick Scott was actually was convicted of Medicare fraud. Totally different than what you're describing. But, okay. So a few things about the Pelosi thing. Number one, it doesn't relate. What you're describing, if it is actually insider trading, that would be fraudulent. That is nothing of what this U.S. aid stuff is. Nothing of what Musk is finding is fraud. This is all money that was allocated by Congress. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, so let's go to the Pelosi thing. Now, I personally am very against stock trading done by people in Congress, period, whether Democrat or Republican.
Good. That's what my paper's about. So good.
Great.
That's the whole point of it.
Now, in terms of whether or not, thank you, Ice Cold, for the sub.
Thanks, Obama.
In terms of whether or not Paul Pelosi did participate in insider trading, this is something that would require a lot more than just that anecdote. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong, because I didn't investigate Paul Pelosi. I don't know. But I remember a big story in, for those that don't know, there's a Reddit that got really popular after the GameStop thing called Wall Street Bets. There's a big story going around that Nancy Pelosi's portfolio was outperforming the S&P 500, right?
I don't know if that's, but over time, it's not really that. She's not really that good over a longer history.
Right. But then when you look at the things she bought, it was like Facebook, Microsoft. It was just blue chip stocks. And blue chip stocks happen to do really well.
It's about the timing of when she makes these purchases. Some of the timing, like for instance, when she sold Nvidia, and then the DeepSeek thing came out, she was in a private meeting about something going on in China that we don't know about. She was in a meeting where that was announced, and then she sells Nvidia. I mean, it's not about she's trading big stocks, but it's about the timing of when she's doing it.
Listen, if there's evidence, throw the book at her. I am for prosecuting both sides of the aisle if they commit crimes. But I do know that she lost a boatload on Roblox.
But for the source, I mean, this is public information. She has to disclose this stuff. So the source is online.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Okay, hold on. It's not necessarily a source that I'm referring to. I'm saying the actual the line between correlation and causation, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we'd need to prosecute. Otherwise, she would have been prosecuted already.
Well, that's debatable. I don't know.
Well,
because they don't target her. They have to want a prosecutor has to sit down and say, I want to go after this person.
Bob Menendez was targeted, right? Because the proof was available. Bob Menendez is he was a Democratic senator, more powerful than Pelosi, arguably. Obviously, Pelosi was Speaker of the House. Bob Menendez was a Democratic senator, and he was prosecuted for his crimes.
And it's also hard, it's going to take more resources to prove her thing. Again, it's because it's a lot of, you could just say, oh no, I'm just making these picks, and because they would have to prove that she actually wanted to commit insider trading. It's very hard to prove that, especially if they don't really want to get her. But I mean, the whole point and how it ties back to the USA thing is that when we're spending money in these other countries, 2 million, 6 million, 2.5 million, yeah, it's a lot smaller than what we spend on defense. But these funds that go out, if you think that they're not monitored perfect, if you think they're monitored perfectly and that there's not holes and leaks and slippage, there's money that's fraudulently handed out. Someone gets that $2 million, and whoever's in charge of it, I know from experience that, and with the Medicare stuff too. I mean, Medicare is the biggest center for fraud.
I mean this sincerely. If every single dime that USAID spent was actually being stolen, it wouldn't even be a fraction of the amount that was stolen when they passed the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And when I say stolen, I mean transferred from the lower and middle class to the top 1%. Just the change in the estate tax tax code covers all of the USAID's funding for a decade, let alone all of the changes in terms of cutting taxes for the rich, cutting taxes for corporations. The idea is scope, not to mention the fact that USAID gets audited frequently and doesn't seem to be failing these audits on fraud. If there was fraud, then Doge would be talking about it, but they're talking about the actual things we're spending on and hoping, and I guess rightly so, that a lot of Americans would be like, why should we spend things on that? And also hoping that Americans don't know the difference between 1 million and 1 billion because it's a lot. So, Yeah.
But
Well,
here's the deal: is that like it's like there's fraud in just all of the government as a whole, all the spending as a whole. The problem is not that we're not like I get it, like taxes for the rich, taxes for the poor, all that. It doesn't even matter what we're taxing anyone at this point because all the money that's going into the government is going out in horrendous ways. Like there was a medical
all is obviously not true.
every department, in the in the defense, people like they're buying pens for like $500 a pen.
Wait. I'd like to see evidence of that. Actually,
I mean, dude, you should look up I can pull up evidence for that, definitely. The Department of Defense spends money. Like, if you look up the actual line items of things they spend money on, I can 100% prove that they overpay for almost
I want to
everything.
see the $500 a pen, and then I also want to see that not be
Exaggerated,
prosecuted. That's insane.
but they overpay for pens. Yes, they do. They're spend. It's like they don't care because they don't have to care because the money just flows. The money just comes. They don't need. It's not their own money.
Okay.
Or it could. This is more. This is again. This is not. I don't have proof of it. Or they know someone who owns something, or that happens. Hey, I know you. Hey, you know me, and money gets like passed around. Like if you think that every single million, if you don't think that at least $1 million,
I'm not saying that, but I already told you. If all of the money, all of it going out of U.S. aid, right? If all of it was fraud, and we know that it's not all fraud, right? If all of it was fraud, it still wouldn't even be worth taking a glance at until we, number one, looked at the Department of Defense, and number two, stopped cutting taxes on the top 1%. Like, all of it is a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, I just don't agree with the cutting taxes thing. I think it's really on the spending of it because the government came out with a program after COVID where they would supply COVID kits to Medicare patients. Every single Medicare patient got like 50,000 kits. Every single, like there was like 500 and there's no news article about this. You can't find this anywhere. I just know because I'm tied in to the Southern District of Florida Department of Justice down here, and I know that they're going after these laboratories, pharmacies, like with litigation. They're going after them, and you should see. Like I have calls from patients.
I'm sorry, I can't take anecdote. Like,
well, it's not. It's just they have hundreds of tests, like COVID tests, because the program said you just have to, like, if anyone requests a COVID test, you can send it to them, and Medicare will reimburse it.
Okay.
Millions of dollars going out the door from that. People that don't need tests, that they already got a test
What do you
from
mean
this
by
place.
don't need tests?
Like they already have like 5 tests they got from another place, and then another place will send them another 5 and bill Medicare for that. Another place will send them another 5 and bill Medicare for that. And the billing on Medicare. You know what CMS is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, CMS require, like, when you bill CMS, you send them a bill. You send them to the clearinghouse. They pay it. They don't look at it. They look at it a couple months later. That's how it works. That's how the system works.
We need proof. Otherwise, this is just anecdote.
I'm just telling you how CMS works. There's proof.
No, I know how that's fine. That's totally great. But what you're describing, right, would potentially be fraud, right? What you're saying would potentially be fraud. I need to see evidence of that. Otherwise, it's just vibes. I can't.
I mean, that's just a small sliver of it. That's
all of it. Hold on. You brought up the $500 pens. Anything. Provide evidence of any of this.
No, I mean you can. It's public. You can look up the money that they.
Tell me where to look.
All right, I'll look it up right now.
Perfect.
It's called over the counter OTC COVID testing Medicare. Right here, starting on May 12th, 2023. Right here. This is the program.
What is the? Okay. I'll type in exactly what you typed in.
I'm gonna look at fraud too. I'm gonna add fraud to it. Okay, just look up this. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
OTC COVID testing Medicare fraud. 9 years, $369 million COVID testing scammer who misused. That's just one. 8.2 million for alleged billing. Like every single article, there's like tons of articles. There's millions, like probably adds up to over $1 billion. And
wait, but they discovered this. They were prosecuted.
Yeah, they're discovered, but it's still possible. You could go out today and do it. You could go out right now and do it.
Wait, nobody's saying. Hold on, nobody's saying that fraud isn't possible.
It's the system, though. It's the system that this is the most basic system. This is the most basic level of it. It goes so much. This is the
sick of these people. You know.
Okay. What is Elon and Trump? What are they doing to solve this system that you're referring to?
Anything that they do would be great. Anything that they're doing at all, even because no one's done anything for years. This has been going on for years and years. And
I don't need to hear anything. I need a specific thing that they're doing that would make things better. Because if anything, they could be making things worse by firing people, right? This fraud now goes less noticed. In fact, by the way, they're already planning on firing people in the IRS, though. So tax fraud going to go unnoticed by the top 1%, of course. But yeah, like give me a specific example. What are they doing to find more fraud?
I'm not sure what they're doing. I don't
Nothing
know.
is the answer. Nothing. That's the problem. It sounds like they're doing a lot, right? Because they've got their grubby little hands in everything. But the reality is they're just talking about things that have been confirmed by Congress.
I like that they're just like dismantling the whole system. I think the whole system is crap. I think it all sucks. That's what I'm getting at.
I think
Good. Let
there
it
are a
go.
lot of improvements to make, but to say that the entire system that the United States was built on sucks is
It's not
insane to
working.
me.
But it's not actually working though, right?
What part's not working for you?
Healthcare is a problem for you, right?
Yes.
Well,
yeah, and Elon and Trump would make it worse.
Right? Okay, they're making worse, whatever. But I'm just saying, healthcare doesn't work in this country as it should.
I will never. My argument, if something is bad, my argument will never be make it worse. Ever in my life, no matter what. If something is bad, I'm not going to make it worse. That's not the goal.
Yeah, that's a very Obama Democratic view. My view is different. I'm a conservative. I believe there should be less government. I believe there should be.
Just so we're clear, your view is if something's bad, it's okay to make it worse.
I'm a conservative. I just agree. I just think the government should do less things, conserve.
And if that makes things worse, you're okay with that.
I don't think it will make things worse, but no, I wouldn't be okay with it. But I don't think it's going to make things worse.
Okay, I get that, right? But if we just went over the fact that Trump and Elon aren't doing anything to make things better, and you said I'm fine with them destroying the system we have, that means things will get worse.
No, yeah, I think things have to get worse to get better. That's what I'm saying. I think they have.
What is their plan to make it better once they make it worse?
Well, I think by the time they're done, there will be someone else there. So
yeah, a Democrat will have to pick up all the fucking pieces and then fix the economy that they're going to inevitably crash. And then again, Republicans are going to forget after 4 years and vote. Bush crashed the economy. Obama fixed it. Trump crashed the economy. Biden fixed it. Trump and Elon are going to crash this economy. We might get a Democratic president if they have an election, and then you guys are going to forget again in 4 years. Anyway, you got kicked by the dino. Thank you for coming up. I can't, bro. Trump and Elon are doing what the people want. Daniel, if by people you mean cult members, then yeah, they are. You're right. The cult members do want the government to stop helping Americans and people around the world and start helping Elon Musk specifically. Please, sires, take our money and put it in Elon Musk's pockets. Please. Yes, keep pissing on me and calling it rain. Yes. The American people wanted lower grocery prices. Still waiting. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, Dan.
How are you?
Oh, do you remember last night when I told you I'd spent 2 hours basically deprogramming my parents from stupid propaganda?
Mm-hmm.
So one of the claims that one of the people earlier had was about Social Security. PBS did a report on this, and this is what their source is on that side. It was from March of 2015. Okay, showing that there was 6.5 million Social Security fraud. What happened since then is the Social Security Number Fraud Prevention Act of 2017. And since then, on the Social Security website, there are quarterly reports where you can actually track this. None of this is new. It's already been addressed, and they're not seeing it. They're seeing, oh, there's Social Security fraud. There isn't. It's already been addressed. So I can give you all of the sites if you want.
Yeah, perfect. If you can send them to Mim, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Yeah. Also, that Iraqi road project, I did send that link to Mim, and I
Yep,
believe
I
she
actually
sent.
opened it right here.
Yeah. We are not providing any financial assistance. The only thing we are providing is assistance in their tea situation.
Okay, next time it comes up, now we have a source. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Hey, buddy.
What's up?
How you doing?
Good. How you been?
Doing all right.
What topics you been going over today?
Well, we have a lot of newly minted airplane experts who are determining the causes of the crashes, despite having no
Right.
expertise in that field.
And I'm guessing a lot of Doge experts as well, government
Oh,
efficiency.
yeah, a bunch.
Yeah.
Coming in talking about the Iraqi road project, talking about the condoms, like, yeah.
Yep. Yep. I want to give you this. This quote needs to be out there more. Okay, I'll send this to you as well. I want this quote to be used every single time someone brings up DEI and the FAA, because when they rolled out their DEI program, the FAA specifically said that candidates would receive, quote, the same rigorous consideration in terms of aptitude, medical, and security qualifications as those individuals considered for a standard public opening. So they literally have said explicitly that like they didn't decrease standards at all, just whatsoever.
Let me pull that up real quick. Usually, you know what's funny? I think we had two guests that said they agree that Trump shouldn't have blamed DEI, but they still think that it has nothing to do with
They
short
still think Trump
staffing, has nothing to do with the deregulation or anything like that. It has nothing to do with the head of the FAA being forced out by Musk. Nothing to do with any of that stuff.
The hiring freeze on the FAA. Yeah, it's You got anyone bringing up the luxury hotels for migrants in New York?
We had a bunch of those before the election for sure.
Musk apparently has uncovered it again, even though
it's just re-uncovered it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All these uncoverings are like, if you just Googled this, you could have known this information 3 years ago. It's just that you didn't care back then.
Yeah, literally. Literally. Oh, man, it's getting frustrating. It's already been frustrating. But
How long have you been on today?
2 hours and 50 minutes.
Oh, wow. Damn. I wish I had that kind of stamina. After like an hour and a half, 2 hours, I'm going to have to peace out.
Yeah, I usually hit my wall around 4 hours. Although I'm getting there a little early today, I think.
Yeah. It seems like you've been through it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there was one guy that just couldn't stop over talking me, and he got 3 dinosaurs, and it was
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think I kicked him. I kicked him angrily.
Yeah, no, I feel like, man, it's the thing that's annoying now is like MAGA is so energized sometimes that it doesn't matter if you completely cook them on the facts of the case. They're just gonna kind of like filibuster and just be obnoxious as fuck, and then eventually you kind of do have to start kicking people.
Yeah. Did you want to hang out for a bit, or?
You want what?
Did you want to hang out for a bit?
Yeah, I'll do like 5-10 minutes, and I'm gonna hop off after that. It's cool with you.
For those that aren't following Adam, this is the guy that before he started going live, if people ask me who was the most underrated political TikToker, this was the guy I said before meeting him. I swear, there's clips. So if you're not following Adam, he has great videos. He does his TikToks are way better than mine. In that, like, they go over all the information in a very efficient manner. I just now recently learned that it's actually his voice through AI, which is interesting. But definitely drop him a follow if you're not already. And we're gonna go to our next guest.
Yeah, and likewise, anyone who came here from my live as well, make sure you follow Dan.
I don't know if we actually have any MAGA left, but Dan used to fanboy all the time in the early days. Yeah, that's true. Hi, welcome up.
Hello, mate. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. I'm not American, as you can probably tell from the accent, right?
Mm-hmm.
I live in Scotland, and watching your election and that, I'm generally interested from your side
why do you believe the left lost? What do you think was the key factor that made the right win?
So I think first of all, the left was working against a global tide against incumbency, which was fueled by essentially humans not being able to tell the difference between correlation and causation. Obviously, we saw global inflation caused by the after effect of the pandemic, and pretty much every incumbent party either lost seats or lost their election due to inflation. So I think that's one factor. Second reason is I do think the truncated election process did hurt Kamala. Obviously, Biden either shouldn't have announced he was running at all or should have dropped out earlier. And it's unfortunate that that's not how things played out. I have explained why I think Biden stayed in, and I do understand his reasoning, but still, that ended up costing us. So we had those two factors. We also had the richest man on earth create essentially a propaganda machine through X.com that has essentially turned an entire generation of men into simps for top 1%. So there's probably a few more factors that Adam can cover, but I think that's a lot of it.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is that Democrats suck at communicating, at least on the federal level. Most of them are just horrible at getting the message across. When you look at Trump's term so far, he's done a lot of useless executive orders, but the way they constantly talk about them and drill them into your head, people probably think he's being super productive. Meanwhile, Biden passed trillions in legislation, and no one even knows about it. So they just suck at communicating.
No, I appreciate that. I think it's interesting because if you compare it to over here, there was conservative rule for 14 years, which was, in my country anyway, not very popular. But they kept getting voted in as well. Do you think that there is a lack of understanding and possibly a lack of education in America about how these messages are put out and what the actual underlying core of the message is? And do you think people can't really see through that? Do you think that's why this election happened this way?
Yeah, I think probably.
Yeah, I think one thing though is that maybe I'm cynical. I think instead of trying to educate the American people, we just have to get better at communicating with people who don't have the time or don't care enough to educate themselves and make it more like digestible and palatable for them.
Yeah,
I think I would agree with that. I think I'm currently writing a dissertation on the fact that there's no such thing as a centre ground anymore. I think that people have such an inability to be able to speak to each other now that, you know, if anybody says anything that slightly disagrees with somebody else, it's, you know, you're totally on the wrong side of me and you can't speak. I think that getting back to a centre ground would be good, especially in sort of American politics. I feel like it's so volatile at the moment that I think there should be an education towards getting back to that. It was interesting to hear your guys' opinion on it, obviously not being in America and knowing what's going on. So I appreciate that. Thank you, boys.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, man.
Dan, I have a question for you. Have you had an issue recently with? I was just live earlier, and I had like maybe 10 different MAGA requests, and every single one I'd accept, it'd be like the blue and red dot buffering thing for the longest time. They would never connect.
Yes, actually, we had that issue like half an hour ago. Thank you, Dean, for that mustache.
Is that them backing out because they're afraid, or do all MAGA people just have horrible Wi-Fi? Or
I don't know, genuinely. I mean, it was unique tonight. Like, it does happen every once in a while, but it was unique tonight. There was like 5 in a row.
yeah, I've never had it be this bad as today.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's MAGA mobile or what. I'm not sure.
Maybe Biden's broadband from the infrastructure bill can get them at a better level to join us in the future.
Yeah. Oh, really quick. So I don't know if how many people this will affect, but TikTok is rolling out like a new reward system.
For lives?
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen this, but
is it the? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So for those that don't know, if you're supporting smaller creators, I would recommend seeing if they have their pay links in their bio, because right now smaller creators can see as low as 36% of the money you send as gifts because of this new program. They basically make it so that the only way to get right now, what the system was that creators get 50% of the gifts. And now they can get up to 53%. Like that's how TikTok is upselling it. They're like, oh look, you can get 53% instead of 50. But the reality is, if you don't hit all of these different benchmarks, then you miss out on a lot of that percentage,
I
and
didn't
that
realize
can
it's
also be
also
affected
lower
by
than.
violations as well.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're advertising it like you can now make more. I didn't realize they didn't just get rid of the ceiling; they got rid of the floor too.
Yes, yes, exactly. So, I mean, that ceiling is probably good for people that are very consistent and never get banned, and are also growing. One of the metrics is how many unique new followers in your live. Like, so if you just have a good live but no new people, you lose out on some percentage. It's actually
Right.
kind of insane. Once you look at all of the things that you can lose out percentage on.
Interesting.
Yeah, because I went live on my a friend of mine told me about this because she watched a streamer who was like losing it regarding this and was like trying to move everything to Twitch. But I went live on my non-politics account last night, I think, and someone sent me a hand heart, and then I got off and it was like, here's your 36 cents, and I was like,
Oh wow.
yeah. So I don't
This is
know if it's
pretty recent,
affecting.
right? Like
I don't
this
know if
week.
anyone's grandfathered in. I also don't know if it who exactly is getting that extra 3%. But
Yeah.
as of right now, I would just say if you're certainly if you're following any smaller creators, they're getting washed on gifts.
Yeah, I've tried to diversify a little bit to Twitch, but Twitch also is like a whole different beast in terms of because the nice thing about TikTok is like people are shown your live as they're just scrolling, even if they don't know you. On Twitch, people kind of have to find you a little bit.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, live is kind of hard. At least for me, I'm speaking for myself. Live is a very difficult thing to kind of like figure out how to do.
Yeah. It is. There's a learning curve for sure. Totally agree. I have smaller creator friends and they've moved to Twitch because TikTok is taking so much. Yeah, yeah. I mean, listen, 50% was already a lot. If we're going over 50, like this is getting out of hand. All right, going to another guest.
I'll do one more guest and I'm gonna hop off and grab some food.
Okay. Oof. All right, are we going with the real RFK Junior? Oh, excuse me, the real RFK JK69. Okay, that sounds like a troll. Let's go to this one.
Hey, you hear me?
Yes.
Just gonna pop in on that guy that said the military buying $500 pens. The DoD, specifically the military part of the DoD, they get certain budgets for certain things: office, housing, fuel, etc. They have to spend that allotted money by the end of the fiscal year. So that's why they buy those things. That's why you see a lot more training plane exercises towards the end of the year, is because they have to use that money. They can't just have extra.
Are there actually $500 pens being purchased?
I don't know if that's specifically what they're buying, but they have to use up that money.
Otherwise, they
They
won't
can't
receive the
just
same
not
funding
use it.
in the following year. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, man. I'm also gonna hop off with that, but nice catching up. Good luck with the lives and.
I appreciate. I feel bad every time you're here. There's never any MAGA guests.
I know, no, that's the reason I was live for a while too, but then all the MAGA guests started drying up eventually because I've started recently. I used to be very nice initially in debates, and recently I've just been like, fuck this, and I've been a lot more harsh. And I realized that like it makes for 2 or 3 good debates in the beginning, but then the rest of the MAGA people are just keyboard warriors and they want to hop on and actually talk. So
yeah,
a little disappointing.
Yeah, I had a couple of people that I had to mute and said you can't unmute until you pull up the source for the lie you just told, and then they just leave. So
yeah, because there's no source. Yeah.
All right, man.
All right,
Enjoy
take
your
care.
food. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for coming up. And if you ever want me to stop by, or if you ever want to stop by, you're always welcome.
For sure. Likewise. All right. Oh God, how do I?
I got you. I got you. Goodbye, future ex-husband is crazy, JC. All right, going to the next guest. He's so handsome. I'm sorry for cheating, Dan. It's okay. The real RFK JK69 is not connecting. Going to the next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, Dan.
How you doing?
Good. So I'm not MAGA, but I do want to speak to the comment that the person made about the DOD. So I'm actually in the military, active duty military, and I work in finance, in the budget section of finance. So I can't speak for every single branch, but I have never, as so I'm a resource advisor. So basically, a resource advisor is somebody that manages the budget of a squadron, a group, a wing. So I've been a resource advisor before. We do not buy $500 pens. I would laugh at my unit if they ever did something like that. So no, we are not buying $500 pens. And then also something that people have to understand about the DoD, a lot of agencies charge us a lot for things. Like something that you could get cheap somewhere, we get overcharged when it comes to construction. So yeah, and then we also have mandatory sources that we have to use in the government. So for like office supplies, we have GSA, they're considered a mandatory source. But again, people do tend to charge the military higher cost than they would someone else because they know that we have the funds. So that it and kind of like the guy said, like, yeah, we do have to submit a budget the prior fiscal year. So like right now we're in fiscal year 25. Sometime February, March, we'll submit the budget for the next fiscal year. It'll go up to the MAGCOM for approval. We do have to spend those funds within the fiscal year, which is 1 October to 30 September. So we are not buying $500 pens. I can guarantee you nobody's doing that.
Actually, the thing you just mentioned about the military spending more for these government contracts, I learned this in 7th grade. Shout out Mr. Tory, who literally he was going over where all our like debt comes from, and that was one thing. And it's just so interesting that people don't know that. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
All right, bye-bye.
Dan, you're a little quiet. Sorry. Okay, I am going to. There's a couple things I want to do. Really quick. I am going to. I gotta shout out a couple things. Hold on, nobody leave. 1 second. How do I link? There we go. Oh my god.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kassar.
This subcommittee is supposedly about looking into waste, fraud, and abuse. So I'd like to start talking about independent inspector generals who are supposed to be looking into waste, fraud, and abuse. Mr. Talkov, do you know how many inspector generals at agencies that were investigating Elon Musk's companies have been fired by the Trump-Musk administration?
No.
It is 5. Ms. Royal, the Inspector General of the Department of Labor had 17 open investigations into Tesla and SpaceX. Do you know what the Trump-Musk administration did to that Inspector General?
No.
They fired him, and I think y'all know. Mr. Whitson, the Inspector General of the Department of Transportation was investigating Tesla. Do you know what the Trump-Musk administration did to that Inspector General?
No.
They were fired. The Department of Defense's Inspector General was looking into SpaceX. Mr. Hedler, do you know what the Trump-Musk administration did to that Inspector General?
I believe he was fired.
Thank you. I think everybody on the panel knows what the answer to these questions were. The U.S. Department of Agriculture Inspector General was investigating Musk's Neuralink. Mr. Talkov, now I'll ask you again under oath, do you know what Mr. Trump did to that Inspector General that was looking into one of Musk's companies?
No.
He was fired. The Inspector General at the EPA was repeatedly taking on Tesla. Mr. Hedler, since it seems that you're answering the questions that everyone knows the answer to, do you know what the Trump-Musk administration did to that Inspector General?
I believe he was also fired.
Also fired. At least 5 Inspector Generals that were looking into Elon Musk's companies were fired by the Trump-Musk administration. These inspector generals, who are independent, protected by law, they are the people that find the waste, fraud, and abuse and found many of the cases of waste, fraud, and abuse that have been brought up today, fired because they were looking into Elon Musk. At the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, which is supposed to protect workers from getting their unions busted by folks like Elon Musk, made functionally broken by the so-called Department of Government Efficiency that really is the Department of Government Efficiency for Elon Musk, not for you. They are trying to shut down the Department of Education, the Department of Labor. You know what Elon Musk doesn't seem to be looking into? His own contracts. Again, I'll ask you, Mr. Talcove, do you know how much money a day Mr. Musk will receive from the federal government for his contracts?
No.
The answer is $8 million a day.
Hi, welcome up.
Hey, how's it going, man?
It's going well. How are you?
Good, good. I do just have a couple questions, if you don't mind me asking.
Okay.
So I feel like we hear this word get thrown around a lot. My apologies. About authoritarianism. That President Donald Trump is an authoritarian. Do you believe that President Donald Trump is an authoritarian?
Yeah. Or at the very least, he'll want to be authoritarian.
Do you have any reasons why, or?
Yes. I think trying to illegally steal an election is my number one reason. Essentially, firing anyone that is not loyal to him, my number two reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, were you going on? My apologies if I didn't want to interrupt.
No, I mean, I think those are plenty, but we could also talk about his rhetoric, the fact that he's always scapegoating minorities, very common action for fascists.
Fair. I'll just move on to my next question. When we talk about nowadays, there being so much misinformation, where would you say a source finds validity? Where would you say we could find those?
Say that again?
Well, yeah, of course. When we talk about nowadays, there being so much misinformation, I guess where would you say you find a source valid?
Where would I find a source valid?
Yeah, how would you deem a source valid? Like how would you give it validity? I guess I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay. Well, usually when sources provide where they're getting their information from, that's really good. It's also years of credibility built up. So you have sources like Associated Press and Reuters that are usually really good. I wouldn't go to a source that had to pay out a $750 million settlement for admitting that they lied to their viewers.
Yeah. Would you deem like nonprofit organizations when they write articles? Do you deem that reliable sources?
It depends on what they're. First of all, it depends on the field that they're in.
People,
Thank you, Miles, for that answer. It depends on what field they're in. It depends on the information they're providing. But you could also check there's sources to check your sources. So you have media bias fact check. You could use ground news. There's a lot of ways to see if you're reading an unreliable source.
Okay, fair. Sorry, I'll go over why I'm asking these maybe weirdly formulated, absurd questions after I'm done. But
you might want to ask. You might want to mention it now because chat's probably voting on your tenure.
Yeah, well, honestly, I kind of just want to see your worldview, mind view, and political view on these things. I go into a lot of lives kind of just asking either anybody on the political spectrum these things. And I kind of want to engage and see from, how people on both sides of the spectrum deem things viable and how both sides of the spectrum deem things correct, or where they're finding these things, and then after that, I'll get into more depth throughout more of my questions too about like democracy and stuff like that, if you don't mind.
Well, unfortunately, you got 7 seconds, and it doesn't look like you're gonna come back in the election. So,
Pardon, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I am gonna go to the next guest, but
Okay, not a problem. Go ahead.
Miles, thank you for the past couple dinos. Really appreciate it. I don't know what that was about. We're gonna go to the next guest. Dan, your mic is low. I gotta get a new mic chat. Hi, welcome up.
I'm friendly, but like a bunch of other veterans, I want to come up and quickly correct something that was said by that Mac guy, and then I'll leave. He said basically that like we're paying for the $500 pens. People already point out that that's false. The bigger thing that happens with like why military spending seems so excessive for like specific items is that the contracts we have with like private contractors and supply companies and stuff like that typically require us to buy in bulk. So like even if we only need one item to repair like a Humvee or an MRAP, we may have to buy 30 of them because that's just what the contract stipulates. So it's just, that's also a big reason why there's so much excessive DoD spending. But no, I appreciate it. Have a good
I
one.
think that's a good point. Also, thank you for your service. All right, going to the next guest. Dan needs a snack. I do need a snack.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi. Is it okay if I ask you a couple questions?
Shoot.
I'm sorry, but I just need something for my college assignment. Right now, I'm writing a expository essay regarding politics and the problems with the two-party system in America. Could you give me some topics or some insight or some input on that?
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah,
Can
what's
you
your
hear me?
question?
Can you give me some input on
people? You know.
Some input on
the problems with the two-party system in America?
Okay, the problems with the two-party system in America. So basically, because we have a first-past-the-post voting system, we will always regress into a two-party system, even if we want to support other parties. Now, the reason that a two-party system is bad is because most Americans do not fall into the specific box that are put up by both parties. But I'm going to be honest with you. I think ChatGPT could probably just give you a better answer.
One of my things with my essay is that I get some references from sources that may know a little bit more than me or something like that.
Gotcha.
So
okay, yeah. So
sorry for wasting your time. If
no, you're fine. Yeah. So my big spiel on the two-party system is that the main issue with it, or at least the main issue with changing it, is that we have a first-past-the-post voting system. The easiest way to get out of this voting system without a new kind of constitutional amendment would be to pass ranked choice voting. Right now we have 2 states, Maine and Alaska, that have passed ranked choice voting. Miles, thank you for the galaxy. And so, source TikTok dude named Dan. So if we can get all 50 states across the finish line with ranked choice voting, we might be able to get out of the two-party system that has us supporting one of 2 parties.
Thank you.
No problem. Do you have any other questions?
No, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Have a good one. Well, Miles, I appreciate the galaxy. Looks like he didn't have any more questions, but Going to the next guest. As a reminder, if you're not following on Twitch or YouTube, now would be the time. It does look like the TikTok ban is going through, because there's been no positive news about that. So make sure to check the bio. My link tree has my Twitch and my YouTube, which is where we'll be once TikTok is banned. And I'm going to the next guest now. Sorry, chat. I'm very low energy right now. I'm like Jeb Bush, circa 2016. Hi, welcome.
Hey, what's up? So I'm also with y'all, but I'm just wondering, like, if you have any tips on how to try and, like, tell my mom, because she supports Trump and shit, and she, like, I grew up with her teaching me how to care about the environment, plants and animals, and that's a big problem right now. We're losing our environment, plants and animals, and she doesn't seem to care about that stuff, or women's rights either.
Okay, so
I want to like help her understand. I like grew up thinking she was empathetic and stuff.
So your mom doesn't care about the environment, you said?
I mean, not if she supports the person who wants to kill it.
Right. Well, does she? Okay, so has she said specifically that she doesn't care about that stuff, or is it like an indirect, like, okay, if you're supporting Trump, then you don't care about that stuff?
I've like asked her if she still cares about it, and she just doesn't answer me. And all the stuff I tell her about Trump, she just kind of doesn't answer me. I feel like she knows I'm right. She just doesn't want to be wrong.
I mean, if she doesn't answer you, there's nothing I can tell you. If you're asking her questions,
no, I feel you.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
Yeah, sorry, man.
No, that's good. I appreciate you.
Have a good one. Hey, Dean.
Hey, Dan. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm good. So how about the 3% interest already?
What are you referring to?
It's a 3% increase on everything.
Oh, you mean the
I don't know if
inflation?
I
Yeah, the
read it
inflation
right,
rate.
but anyway, forget inflation. Inflation, yeah, 3%.
Yeah.
Already.
It's the highest month to month. It's the highest month over month inflation since August of 2023.
Wow. So here we got Musk and his muskrats doing a audit. Now, these audits are only taking like a half an hour. I mean, I worked in a good-sized company, and the audits are there for like 3 days. But they can do an audit with Department of Education, Department of Defense, and everything else in a half hour. I don't understand how that's happening. Also, they're coming up with all these numbers, millions and billions of dollars. Where's the proof? They're saying numbers, but there's no proof.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any numbers.
Whenever we
Have you?
whenever we ask people to provide proof, they say Doge. I'm like, yeah, but what's the evidence that Doge is providing? Nada.
Yeah. Absolutely nothing. Well, it's been a while since we spoke, so I just want to come up and say howdy, see how you're doing. Did you have a good weekend? I know it's Wednesday, but
You know what? I don't even remember the weekend. It's been so long. The
that's
distant
good.
memory.
That's good. So you had a good weekend then. So if Mim's around, could you mention to her that I want to get on YouTube so I can follow you because I'm not sure how to do it. And you could probably tell me how to do it. Just because every time I go to YouTube, all I get are these videos.
Okay. Here, I'll walk you through it. We're gonna go to.
Okay.
Okay. 1 second. Okay, so here is YouTube.com, right? You type in Dan Malik.
Yep.
Right here, that's me.
Okay.
And then you just hit this little subscribe button. Right there.
Easy enough. I think I can do that. So let's see what else is going on. I told you about. Oh, I talked to some Jess Army and her crew and Michelle. They sent me in the right directions for my military benefits, my VA benefits. And I just got a call today from 3 different people, which would help my benefits go up, which is a great thing.
Oh, that's awesome.
I mean, I just waited too long, and so they're going to. Oh, yeah. I might as well take advantage of it there because who knows how long it's going to be there. So, Mim, if you're there, howdy, howdy, howdy. Nice to see you. I saw you come in, but anyway. I'm going to let you go. Not much to say, just a hello.
Thank you so much, Dean.
It's always a pleasure.
Always.
I met some really good people on here. I mean, such as, I mean, the list is long. The list is long on different hosts I've met. So my biggest thing right now is putting on the chat, you've seen it, Trump is not above the law. Just a reminder. Trump is not above the law. Just saying. So sometimes I get a lot of crap about it, but, you know, it is what it is. He is not above the law. And he's really pissed off. So he wants to appeal all these orders. There's no way he can win, or he should not win. He should not win his appeals at all.
Yeah, this right here is super scary. The fact that he's not following the judge's order about that, the funding freeze, it's essentially going against the checks and balances, the balance of power, which is ingrained in our Constitution. So, really bad stuff.
Can he get away with that?
We're unfortunately going to find out.
Yeah, I think he will. Then what happens? And then this meeting with Putin and Zelensky, that's another story. Trump wants Ukraine to go to Putin because they're friends. And Trump is tired of us sending money to Ukraine, all these billions of dollars. Another thing he said, he doesn't care if Ukraine gets into NATO or not. And I think he said, I don't care either way. There's just so many things going on. But
hi, Dean.
Hi, ma'am. Will you be my Valentine?
I would be honored to be your Valentine. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
That's the best offer
so lucky.
ever. I would love to be your Valentine.
Well, thank you. We're now Valentines.
It is
awesome.
official.
Awesome.
I just wanted to say hi
Great.
real quick.
We are now... Okay, well, it's nice to see and hear your voice. It's been a while since we chatted, and it's always a pleasure. Oh, Parker got ripped. Parker went down.
Oh, not again.
Anyway.
Welcome in, Parky.
Mem, again. Dean got crashed today, too.
Yeah, I mean, they get banned every day, it seems.
Is it is the MAGAs that are crashing them because of something they say and he went one step beyond what he should have said?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right,
but
Daniel,
anyway, I'm going to step down.
Sounds good. I'm going to drop this
I
ball.
like
I just
my
wanted to say
Valentine.
hi.
Thank you, sweetie.
All right.
Have
Bye.
a great day.
Good night.
Bye, my Valentine. She's a sweetie.
She is. Good night, Dean. Welcome in, Parker Raiders. Unofficial Raiders. Justice for Parker. Going to the next guest.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
What's your talking point tonight?
It's on the screen.
Oh, which one? You have anyone in particular?
Whatever you want to talk about. You requested.
No, let's talk about the planes. That's kind of
Okay.
weird.
Well, are you okay with having fewer air traffic controllers and the resignation of the head of the FAA, thanks to Elon Musk? Are you okay with that?
That directly affected like something that happened shortly after.
Well, hold on 1 second.
I mean, in order for that to happen, doesn't Pete Hegseth got to get confirmed?
Pete has been confirmed. That's number one.
I just
Number
find it
two,
really weird.
the things I'm talking about aren't
No, I know.
related.
How close was it?
What?
When did Doge start auditing the FAA and laying people off? What day was that?
That's
When
not
was
even
the
what I'm
crash?
referring to.
The Black Hawk and the
I'm not referring to Doge auditing the FAA. I'm referring to the fact that Elon Musk essentially forced the resignation of the head of the FAA, and Trump offered buyouts to the air traffic controllers.
Ahead of the FAA. How could he do that?
Well, he's the richest man on earth, and
How could he force the resignation of the FAA?
The head of the FAA.
Was that under WhiteHouse.gov under Trump saying that, or was that just mainstream media bullshit?
Okay, so Elon Musk wanted him out, and I can show you the source of that. He resigned due to Elon Musk, and I can show you the source of that.
Okay.
Is that what you like?
Show me where in his executive power that's not confirmed by Congress, he can actually fire people that are head of ancillary departments for the executive branch.
Wait, what are you asking?
Tell me where that chain of command comes from.
What are you asking?
How can he get rid of someone that's FAA? How can he get rid of a head of an FAA when he's not even confirmed by Congress and he has no power in the executive branch other than auditing? That's a pretty powerful calculator, dude.
Yeah. So Elon Musk did not fire him. However, he resigned due to Elon Musk. Now, I understand that conservatives.
Oh, so he bailed on his job.
Yeah. So I understand that conservatives have trouble with nuance. I understand that conservatives, if Donald Trump didn't,
Joe Biden?
if you don't see
Joe
Donald
Biden.
Trump actually raping someone on camera, you will never believe that he was found civilly liable for sexual assault. And it's the same with stuff like this.
So
If
Joe
you can't,
Biden appointed
if
him,
nothing is exactly in
bailed
front of
on
you, if
his
Donald Trump
job
doesn't
and cost
say
lives,
specifically,
and they're
"I
blaming
fired this
somebody
man and
else.
caused this plane crash," you guys are not going to believe it. So,
Settle down. Settle down.
No, I'm not going to settle down.
Take a breath. We'll be fine.
No breaths. You don't deserve any of my breath. Like I'm so good on these talking points, man. It's like the nitty. You need Elon Musk directly to fire the guy, right? And then you need the guy to say, "I'm the reason that this plane crashed." For you guys to actually take responsibility for anything that's caused by your president, your God, your Messiah, your cult leader.
No. The plane crashed because there was no head of the FAA, and there was a cut on air traffic controllers. Where was Trump's executive order that caused that?
Where was Trump's executive order? Well, hold on.
Oh, it doesn't exist. That's
Wait,
right.
I'm sorry.
You're making shit up. Gotcha.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm pulling it up.
Because you're gonna sit there and show me something.
I got a lot. Listen, I got a lot of tabs.
How can they delegate that?
I got a lot of tabs. Give me a second, okay? Give me a second.
Okay.
Patience is a virtue. All right.
All right. Close out of your child corn. Go incognito.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Absolute weirdo. So what the guest would have said is that this is not an executive order. Because it's not an executive order, then Trump did not cause it. What that guest was bad faith. Okay? It's very clear when they try to catch you on like very specific semantics. It's like, well, Elon Musk couldn't fire him, so how can you blame Elon Musk for the head of the FAA resigning? Right? So what would have happened if that guy didn't bring up child porn was that I would have shown him this. He would have said, this doesn't matter because it's not an executive order. And then I would have just been like, okay, well, the president can do things that aren't just executive orders. And he would have been like, na 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 boo boo, I voted for fascist. And then he would have shot himself and probably got dynoed. We're going to go to the next guest. So if Biden was president, you'd blame the plane crashes on him. If Joe Biden gutted the FAA, right, and then the FAA said, hey, we were short-staffed the night that this plane crash happened, yes, I would blame Joe Biden. I am not in a cult like you guys, okay? I don't have a Joe Biden flag on my Ford F-250, all right? I don't have a Joe Biden tattoo. If Joe Biden does something bad, I call him out on it. If Donald Trump does something bad, you guys lick his taint, okay? We're not the same. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, sorry, what did you say?
I said hi, welcome up.
Thanks. I'm definitely not MAGA, but I do want to talk about the plane crashes, if that would be okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. So I like what you were saying about the offer letters is completely accurate. I helped moderate a live where we brought in a bunch of like ATCs, like actual air traffic controllers and pilots and stuff, while this was all happening. So I got to kind of be friends with one of the air traffic controllers who works in that area. And basically, this is me just relaying information from an expert, anecdotal as it may be, but they did get the offer letter. They also got a letter pretty much immediately from their union telling them to like disregard it entirely. So no one really quit because of that letter. And the air traffic controller shortage goes all the way back to Reagan. It's kind of a bipartisan issue. Reagan fired all of the air traffic controllers who during his administration, and they've never been able to get the numbers up since then. So it was a problem actually already during the Biden administration. Firing the head of the FAA, not great, but as far as its impact on daily operations, according to air traffic controllers, not really a thing. Like, and as far as them being understaffed, at that specific airport, there were either 4 or 5 people total in the tower at the time, and basically like 2 of the positions were combined into one, which is not super unusual for that airport and that time of like day. It's not ideal. They would like to have 2 people there, but it's not like in recent past it is not unusual according to the air traffic controller grapevine. So like I what you're saying is accurate. I just think that maybe people are trying to trip you up on this more than the other things because there is a little bit of like it's been a problem for a really long time, and trying to blame it on someone who just came into power is a little misplaced, maybe, according to people in the industry, who are not Trumpers either. So, yeah.
Yeah, I understand. I will say the I think the idea that Trump can come out and immediately blame DEI.
That was horrific.
Yeah, and I think it's
Yeah.
frustrating that we can look at the information in front of us, which is that Donald Trump intended on gutting the FAA and air traffic controllers. whether the buyout happened or not, his intent would have led to less safe air travel. And
Yeah.
whether or not this specific crash or any of the 6 that have happened in his tenure are due to him, I still think it's important to point out. Now, yeah, I can word that bullet point a little bit more differently, but I think the fact that it riles up MAGA is probably doing its job up there.
And then the other thing I just wanted to mention is that there have been fatalities from plane crashes, not on a commercial plane crash, but the only plane crash that was a commercial one, I believe, was the DC one.
Yeah.
So, just I think it behooves us to try to like stay accurate about stuff like that. Because there are over 1,000 aviation crashes or accidents every year on average right now. So that's over 2 a day. And not all of them result in fatalities, but there are some fatalities every year. So just, I don't know. I think if you can like grant people a little bit more ground with reality, it might be a more constructive conversation. That's all.
Yeah, I get that. It's just
I'm sorry to be a boring guest.
No, you're fine. It just gets really frustrating where the other side can just lie blatantly, and when I'm providing
be
like
better than them.
well, the thing is, I'm not nothing I've said is a lie, right? So this is the first commercial, the first deadly commercial airline crash since 2009. That's true. Okay, it's not fully verbalized up there, but that is true.
Yeah.
There are now 6. There was 4 when I typed this. There are now 6 plane crashes since Trump was president. Okay, since Trump became president.
Did they all result in fatalities?
I'm sorry.
Did the one today result in fatalities? I didn't see.
Oh, I'm not sure. Maybe it still is 4 actually. Yeah. Regardless, so that's also true. We know that Donald Trump, his intentions would have been to have fewer government employees to prevent something like this, and we know that Elon Musk is the reason that the FAA director resigned. So
yes,
whether or not Donald Trump is directly responsible for this crash is so much smaller than when the other side can say this is because of gay black pilots, which is essentially who Donald Trump blamed. And I just
agree.
Yeah, I don't know that we're ever going to win back ground by being 100% accurate to the T when the other side can just lie. Like I'm saying several facts in a row, and then if the viewer comes to the same conclusion that I'm coming to, then that's great. And if they don't, then that's also that their prerogative. But to say, well, you need to point out every single part of why this might not have been Trump, I personally feel is it's a waste, because those that care are already on this side, right? The ones that care about facts don't exist on the other side.
I would dispute that. We had a ton of conservative people coming through that live ton of conservative people who didn't want to hear about how Trump might have political actions might have impacted it. And when we were willing to talk about it factually, and the air traffic controller was there being like, no, I did get that letter. Our union told us to disregard it. And I don't know if you saw, but they actually rescinded it after the DC crash.
Right. So,
which is
I guess,
cowardly, and that's to your point.
Yeah. So if he had succeeded, then
yes,
maybe even more plane crashes would have happened. Thank God he didn't, but that shouldn't be a feather in his cap. He doesn't get this defense that because the country prevented him from being awful, that he is not actively trying to make things more dangerous, actively trying to make this country more unsafe for Americans.
For sure. The number of plane crashes, though, I would still argue that's not really unusual. It's just getting a lot more media attention because of the DC crash, and that's going to continue for a while. But it's not an unusual number of crashes. ATC is kind of functioning as it did before he came into office by all accounts. So for whatever that is worth, just something to consider.
All right. Well, thank you for coming up.
Yeah, you have a good night.
You as well. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, what's going on, Dan? How you doing tonight?
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing well. I am a friendly, so I won't take up too much of your time. I usually pop in every once in a while when I'm at work, but I'm seeing 800 people in here, 368K likes. That's 40 taps on the screen each to get to 400K. Let's hit that. But yeah, no, I just wanted to pop in and say thank you for everything you're doing tonight. As always, you're dealing with some crazy people. That dude earlier that said the I won't even repeat it. That was crazy. Let's hope we get some good faith debaters in here tonight. I see a couple in the comments. Request up. Can't be all friendlies, but Dan, have a great rest of your night. Let's get to 400K, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hey Dan, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
I was good with like the first half of that guest from before's thing, and then just her trying to nitpick the way that you have the facts presented really just left a sour taste in my mouth. So I just wanted to speak on that for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I understand what she's saying because I'm not even gonna get into the details. I know that there have been other deadly plane crashes during the Biden, definitely not with commercial airliners, but yeah, there have been. We're not saying that the system was perfect under any president. we're literally we literally can't have the real conversation about getting the proper air traffic controllers in place because simple things like the House GOP that are supposed to appoint these air traffic controllers when they had the majority control of the House of Representatives didn't put them into place. Like, we can't look at the Republicans like talking about things that they're not versed in. They like being ignorant and loud and wrong. That's the problem. You can't be loud and wrong about something, and then when you're presented with the evidence that shows you that what you're talking about is incorrect, you can't be dismissive of that information. And that's the problem. A lot of Republicans are authoritative when they're spewing misinformation and sheepish when they're that misinformation is dispelled. We can't have that dichotomy where you're pushing misinformation like it's fact. And I just want to speak to how many like black, gay, like how many minorities were in fear of the pilots in any of these incidents accidentally actually belonging to one of our groups, because Trump is literally, before an investigation is held, cracking jokes about not going to the site, looking at where the victims were, showing up for the country, and like all the stuff that he spews is like the biggest problem. And I think Adam was right about the messaging, is that Democrats are like that. The messaging is always about facts and legality as opposed to morality and like calling out a spade. Like anytime Republicans get put in a corner, they always default to the defense of, oh, well, Democrats and Republicans are bad. Like the second that you corner them and get them to a spot where they can't, or they have to admit that Trump is wrong, that's when they start to rope in the Democrats, and that's when they start talking about, oh, now it's top versus bottom. It's not left versus right. Like this, it makes it's so frustrating when you can't talk about the issue with any bit of nuance. The second that you try to have a conversation from a nuanced perspective, they start saying anything under the sun. They start pivoting, moving the goalposts, trying to control or rewrite the conversation. It's so frustrating. So yeah, it's annoying when you try to nitpick the details in our facts, but when we present you with a fully flushed out explanation, we were as genuine as possible. We give you the most good faith interpretation of something. You want to default to a social media site that you can't pull the source from? It's public information. Doge is where you go to find the source. You can't provide an article, a link. You can't even say the social media site that you found out this information from.
Yeah.
So the final thing I'm going to say is that framing matters as much as the facts that are being said or the information that is being put. If you're not questioning the reason for why someone is saying something, then you can't truly understand the message, right? I think one really important thing that you missed out in one of your conversations today was that one dude that crashed out who wouldn't let you speak. He literally said, when you asked the clarifying question, are you talking about now with Trump or in general? He was like, he literally said it doesn't matter. And at that point, you should have cut the conversation. Like, yeah, he made great footage, he made great clips, but he already had a preconceived notion that was going to drive the conversation. He was never talking to you. He was talking to the liberal that owned him in a conversation 5, 10, 15 years ago. Like, he's stuck in the past. These are literal children who have not been able to best their playground bully, and the bully is just the truth.
That's a great way to put it. Thank you so much for coming up.
No problem, man. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night.
You as well.
We have 48 days to stop Donald Trump and take back the House. My name's Z. I'm a political operative, and our organization, National Ground Game, is leading the fight to make sure that we flip these 2 Florida special elections from red to blue. So if you care about this as much as we do, stay with me because we've got an update. Now, we already know that the numbers are not on our side for this race, and our best chance of winning is making sure that we can register 10,000 new voters in these districts by March 1st. And yesterday I came to you guys with an update because we texted all of our volunteers, and unfortunately only 10 people said that they were able to actually get to Florida or already live in Florida and are able to help us collect these voter registration forms. And last night, over 100 people signed up to volunteer to collect these voter registration forms when we put out that call to action. But the news for improvement is that we texted all of them today, and unfortunately our numbers did not increase in volunteers. But you know what you guys did do? Last night you put your money where your mouths were. And because of that, we're now able to hire 10 new canvassers to get on the ground and start collecting these voter registration forms. But guys, remember, 10 people is not going to be enough. Okay, we need volunteer action. This is the time that we need to push this with everything that we have. This is our one and only chance to get the House back before 2026. And because of that, we need to best position ourselves as operatives to give ourselves the best fighting chance that we have to win. And the fighting chance we have to win here are the voter registration forms. It is the people power to get those voter registration forms. So here's what I need you to do. I need you to go to nationalgroundgame.com. I need you to fill out this volunteer registration form, and I need you to check canvassing, okay? I also need you guys to send this to at least 10 of your friends, especially people that you know in Florida. So guys, please spread this far and wide. Send it to as many people as you can. Let's do it. Let's get these volunteers. We already have a great base to start out with. Let's get even more, and let's really gear up to make this happen. But also, I want to share something really special with you guys. Tonight, I'm going to be doing another update. And this update is so exciting that it really respects its own video for this update. So if you don't follow me already, I want you to follow me right now and tune in for what that is in a couple of hours. And remember, after watching this video, if you don't know what to do, send me a DM and I'll help you out.
Hi, welcome up.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I am. Well, I can't hear you anymore. Oh. Oh, I was muted. Whoops. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, I'm a friendly.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you do a great job. So I want us to make sure that we stay ahead of this. What do you think about the CBS Paramount merger and how that's going to impact the lawsuit that he's got for 20 million? I'm afraid that she's not going to have any pressure to. Actually, she's going to fold, and she's just going to settle out of court, and he's just going to buy in as validity to his lies. So if you can address that point.
I don't have enough background on this to have an educated opinion.
Yes. Yeah, so he's doubling down on the CBS on the editing for Kamala interview. So he's suing them because they edited it in a particular way. It wasn't in any particular way, and it's a fraud. It's a fraud case, and it's going to be thrown out. But I'm afraid that she's going because the CBS and Paramount are merging. They will need FCC's approval. So basically, Trump's approval for them to merge. So she's the owner, one of the owners who's going to benefit from it, is probably just going to settle out of court just to make sure that that just goes through.
I see.
So anyway, great job. The first time calling, so keep up the great job, and you're well informed. I love the way you communicate with everyone. So keep teaching. The hard to teach. I'll say that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Chat, I'm sorry. I got some really low energy right now. We're almost at 4 hours though. I think we're getting close to calling the politics for tonight. I should get food. I haven't eaten anything in a while. Hi, welcome up.
I'm back. Also friendly.
What's up?
Want to say I love your TikTok. I love what you do. One question I have, because you're probably way more informed than I am. Do you think that what's happening right now in our country could be a form of like the extinction bubble burst with a huge reaction to the world changing, so they get more and more angry? Specifically, Republicans getting really mad at the world changing and moving towards a more like progressive way of life, and this could be a huge reaction from them because they're afraid of change.
Yeah, I saw a TikTok about this earlier. An extinction burst refers to a brief surge in behavior that occurs when reinforcement is no longer provided. When you stop buying your daughter chocolate bars, her temporary increase in whining is an example of an extinction burst. So the implication being that the MAGA ideology, or racist, misogynistic, etc. ideology is nearing its end, and that's why we're seeing a spike in it now.
Exactly.
I don't know enough about social science to answer that, but just passing on what the theory is.
I mean, we would hope, right, that this is, the case, but I feel like it's only the case because of people like you spreading knowledge. Perhaps that's the reason why the bubble bursts eventually.
I hope so. But yeah, thank you so much. Damn, I feel bad. These past few guests are so nice, and I'm just like, I feel like I'm half asleep. Dan ate dinner. I should eat dinner, shouldn't I? What do we eat? I think I have some rice.
Hello? Oh,
Hey,
can you hear
welcome
me?
up.
Hey, what's good, Dan?
What's up?
Real quick, I actually won a 1v3 in my friend circle when it came to like Harris and versus Trump. They were like thinking Harris was like not a good candidate, whatever, right? But can you show me the link where it shows that the Ukraine aid was mostly phased out weaponry? Because I got stuck on that. It's a big talking point. I know. I just haven't seen that link just yet. I was looking
Okay,
online, but I
I'm gonna
couldn't.
be honest with you. It sounds like you're talking through a ham radio from the 1920s.
My fault. Those are the TikTok headphones. My bad.
Oh, you could have fixed it the whole
Now
time?
I'm
That's
still. I'm walking down.
crazy.
Huh?
You could have fixed it the whole time? That's
Nah.
crazy.
I just I turned off my Bluetooth. Yeah, I was in the street. I'm walking home right now, so I was just I can't really hear you when I do this, but yeah. I was in a 1v3 with my circle about Trump and Harris. I got stuck on the part with the Ukraine aid being mostly phased out weaponry. I couldn't find us. I was sourcing them down. I was giving them boom link, boom link, boom link. But the what's it called? The phased out weaponry was what you call it. It stumped me. Is it possible we could show it so I could like screenshot it real quick?
Yeah, I mean, you can
Hey, BBC. Oh, there we go. Ukraine weapons. I'm gonna look that one up, and I'm gonna just show them. I'm gonna show them. What's it called? I'm gonna show them that one. And I was hitting them with the so I was setting the wind conditions. Everything. Yo, I'm telling you, watching you, Dean, Parker, Harry. I wasn't always in tune with politics, but this shit's crazy, dude. So I was fucking I've been so standoffish with my mans, bro, because it's like I see the misogyny in them with the Harris shit. It was just, I was like, man, y'all just don't like her because she's a woman. I see it, but I'm gonna tell you how y'all sound stupid. You feel me? So I just needed that shit, cause now I can definitely claim now, what's it called? 6 heads on that, cause it was the whole chat versus one. I had to get them. I had to. But good looks, Dan. I appreciate that. Keep doing your thing, man. Eat some food like they said. Word.
of course. Thank you so much, man. Sarah, thank you so much for the $25. I had to make my kid dino nuggets, but specifically only the long neck dinos. Hopefully your dinner is better than that. Thank you so much, Sarah. Damn, let me see what's open. Let me see what's open. All right, we'll go to the next guest. I really appreciate that. They taste different, do they? Guess not connecting. Opinion on
Hello.
Zaxby's. I don't know if I've ever tried it. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, I was talking to you earlier, but I just had the misfortune of finding out who Jeff Mead is, and I just learned about. Okay, no, stop laughing. Hold on. It gets funnier. So I was like, okay, who's this guy? Who's he about? Well, what's he about? And come to find out, he's a huge time Trumper. And I checked his comment section, and I guess I was very unaware of how deeply like disillusioned MAGA Republicans are, because his whole comment section is people justifying Elon's wealth. And like one comment I saw was this guy saying, he said, quote, "It's comical that liberals or whoever think that Elon, who's worth $400 billion, would steal from them." I was like, bro, what?
Bro. The mental gymnastics.
Dude, right. Like, you're worth 400 billion of stolen money off of people's backs, and you're saying that he's not going to steal from us.
No, he made
Bro,
it
it's
fair and
crazy.
square.
But if y'all want to know what MAGA's thinking, I would highly recommend you go into a Jeff Mead comment section, because it is deranged and they think we are all insane. And I'm like, bro, it blows my mind.
You know who cooks Jeff Mead? Oh my god, somebody remind me his name. I follow him. Hold on, is it Z?
It was a video I saw just like 5 minutes ago. Who
JJ,
talked
thank
about
you,
Jeff Mead.
thank you, Malik. Malik knew exactly what I was talking about.
Wait, who's
JJ
JJ?
always cooks Jeff Mead.
Well, I got to know who this is. What's their handle?
Let me pull it up.
But like that part where I just like reading those comments just hurt my soul. Like, I'm like, these people really are just convinced. Like, there's nothing that you can say that'll shake them. It's crazy.
This guy right here. The only reason I know Jeff Mead is through JJ cooking him.
Okay, that's his TikTok. Wait, I can't see his name.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
There you go. So it's just J William J.
Yeah.
Dude,
this guy's TikToks are good. I wish I could make TikToks.
I'm gonna dive into it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, dude, go look at his comments, bro. It's terrible. On his most recent video, it's disgusting.
Wait, Malik, which video is? I'll play it. Fuck it. Which is the Jeff Mead video?
It's like his Jeff Mead video.
There's one that's like was just an absolute annihilation.
That's the guy. Wait, that's literally the guy. I saw his video talking about.
Oh,
yeah. It was literally that video that brought me to Jeff Mead.
Okay, wait, which video was it?
I want to say it was like
this one, right?
No, it was a recent one. It was like from 9 hours ago.
Isn't this Jeff Mead? This is Jeff Mead.
Yeah, no. I know that's Jeff Mead. I'm talking about the video that sent me to Jeff Mead. It was a different one.
All right. Well, he cooks them a lot, so
I'm gonna get into it.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes and 55 seconds. All right, I'll play it in a second. But yeah, I'm sorry, I can't remember where the conversation was going.
I was just saying that, like, I thought MAGA Republicans were insane until I went into his comment section, and it's actually insane. Like, these people are just, oh my god, they're like flat earthers.
Yeah,
they're actually like flat earthers.
Yeah, no, it's bad. It's really bad.
It's bad. And I appreciate what you and Parker and everyone does, but I really don't think there's anything we can do other than wait on time to prove them wrong. Like, there's really not much we can do to break them out of their cultish.
I'm gonna keep trying.
I know, I'm not saying that whatever you're doing isn't valid or like valuable. It's 100% valuable, but I just feel like they're not gonna the only thing that's going to teach them is time and history and knowing that they're on the wrong side after like 2 decades go past. And then they won't own up to it, or they'll hide it and say, like, try and play it down that they weren't actually a supporter. Like, it's gonna happen. Just like how Yazis today pretend like, it wasn't a big deal. But I mean, and they try and pretend like they weren't Yazis back then. But come on.
Yeah.
We have to hold them accountable in the future. That's what all I'm saying is even if like the world still keeps spinning, we have to hold them accountable in the future. We cannot let them hide what they supported. But yeah, anyways, Jeff Mead's a clown, and I'm gonna look up this JJ guy. Oh yeah, play his video. I'm gonna leave.
All right.
How do I
Thank you.
leave?
I got you. All right, we're gonna play it real quick.
Then he turned around and he did it again, facing the other way.
Oh my god, this is so low. Hold on. It's a stitch of a stitch of a stitch. Okay, so hold up. So it's Jeff Mead stitching Tizzy, and then gonna be stitched by JJ.
Play the rest of the clip. Here's the context they're hiding from you that's damaging to their narrative.
My heart goes out to you.
What he did is grab his heart and push it out to the crowd.
Quick disclaimer, Jeff Mead is doing this for money and clout and attention, just so it's known. He also can't fathom this because he defends and enables the same far-right behavior, but he's too dense to understand that. I wasn't gonna say anything originally, but like, why do you keep dick riding, bro? Starting with the whole my heart goes out to you bullshit. We can sidestep the myriad of ways he could have done that without it being, an overt reference to the one salute. I know because I do a similar thing all the time. Whenever someone gives me a compliment, I usually am like, here, thank you so much. Or if I wanted to say my heart goes out to you, I'd be like, my heart goes out to you people. I appreciate the love, What I don't do is go from here immediately straight out with my fingers closed, my thumb in, and my palm down. Because I have the common sense to know that, hey, at least that looks like the one thing, and I'm also not a far right. Now, fuck that, you want context? Let's give you context. Elon Musk bought Twitter and the usage of slurs exploded. He had a whole interview with Don Lemon where he spreads the lie that standards are being lowered to get more minorities in jobs because United wanted to get more minority pilots. You can Google Elon Musk spreads far-right misinfo and find how he's used X after he bought it to platform the most right-wing views. In fact, one of the first things he did after buying the platform was just reinstate a bunch of Nazis. He fired the Twitter team, reinstated Alex Jones, and oh my god, you guys don't understand how awkward he is, guys. Well, the wealthiest man on the planet, fresh after winning the presidential election, then took his awkward ass to a German far-right campaign event and video called in to say, y'all should move beyond your Nazi guilt, saying that only this far-right German party can save Germany ahead of their snap elections in February. This party, AfD, was started in 2013 as a movement against the euro currency and has now been combating Islam and immigration. In September, they won the most votes in a state election since the Nazi era. And this win came despite the fact that their party leader has been found guilty twice of employing Nazi rhetoric. This party's top candidate also was forced to withdraw from their campaign in May after they were caught telling an Italian newspaper that the SS, the Nazi secret police, were not all criminals. So Jeff, in case there was any misconstrue anything, he did a Nazi salute, then called into a Nazi party of modern day and said that you shouldn't feel too bad about what the Nazis did back in the 30s and only you guys can save Germany. But somehow, we are the ones who are pushing a Jeff, there's this boot, right? And I don't know if this is a good quality leather. I figured that you would know considering how much they're fucking down your throat at all times.
Thank you. Then he turned around and he did it again, facing the other
All right.
way. There's no
He's got a bunch of these, and they're all really good. Okay, go to the next guest. I think I'm getting shawarma. Thank you again, Slary. What's his name? J. William J. Oh, but you know what? I have rice in the fridge. So maybe I should get a wrap instead. Because that's like too much rice. Rice up. Hi, welcome up.
Hello. I'm not MAGA. I just have a question.
All right.
When like you debate people who are MAGA and are like strongly right winged, what what arguments do you normally head to first when you like try to, understand why someone voted for Trump?
When I debate someone that's right wing, you said.
Yeah.
So I asked them. Usually, I ask them, "Why'd you vote for Trump?" Right, and they give me their reason. Right. So let's say, "Oh well, um, the inflation was crazy under Joe Biden." I'd be like, "Okay, well, do you think Biden caused global inflation?" And so then they're gonna have to tackle that, and they're gonna be like, "No, but um, still his actions led to more inflation," or they say yes, he caused global inflation, which is crazy. And you could talk about how every single country was experiencing inflation following the once in a century pandemic. Say, okay, well, what were Biden's actions that caused global inflation? And they might say something along the lines of, oh well, he spent a lot of money.
Mhm.
It's like, okay, well, but you didn't seem to care when Donald Trump did it. He actually spent more than Joe Biden. In fact, and if you're worried about money being printed, more money was printed in the last year of Trump's presidency than during Biden's presidency. So it's like, okay, well, if it's not that, then what is it? So eventually, like that argument falls apart, right?
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
if but that's if inflation was the reason, then
Yeah.
their other reason is like, oh well, illegal immigration. It's like, okay, well, what do you think is the problem at the border right now, or I
Mhm.
guess before Trump got into office? And they'd say, well, there's too many people crossing, and you'd be like, yeah, but the biggest problem is the abuse of the asylum seeking process, right?
Yeah,
Would you
for
agree with
sure.
that? And they'd say,
Yeah.
yeah, but that's because of Joe Biden and the CBP1 app or whatever. And it's like, no, actually, the asylum seeking process is a legal process. If you have a problem with it, then there was actually a bipartisan piece of legislation that would have made the qualifications more stringent. But Donald Trump blocked
Mhm.
it, so he did win the election.
Yeah.
And they'd say, oh well, Donald Trump's going to deport all these people. It's like, okay, but without legislation, preventing more illegal immigration, then that doesn't really help. And in fact, deporting people just costs us billions of dollars, not just the billions spent deporting them, but the billions of taxpayer dollars that they pay in, like Social Security and Medicare, they pay into it and don't get anything out of it. So we're spending
Yeah.
money to lose money and break up families and cause undue hardship to not just non-citizens, but also citizens. I don't want someone knocking on my door with a gun and fucking asking me for my papers. So all of these negatives for no positives, essentially. So you go down that rabbit hole, and then if they have another reason, like if they're like, "Oh well, he's a better leader," it's like, okay, well, what? When did
Yeah.
he
No.
show good leadership? Right? And they start talking about foreign policy, and you could go, no matter where they go, you should be able to pinpoint the lapse in their judgment, essentially.
Oh
Um,
yeah, no, for sure. I normally just have a problem with the immigration part because I just turned 18, so I'm not really obviously that well versed in politics, but I'm trying to help my friends out.
I know it's unfortunate because, frankly, if it weren't for like the racist rhetoric, none of us would care about immigration. Like, it really shouldn't even be a top 10 issue. Like, who cares? When was the last time an undocumented migrant did anything to you or affected you in any way, took your job? Like, this is a non issue. Yes, we should have we should have less illegal immigration. We should probably also have an easier route towards legal immigration. It's just crazy that the right was able to like demonize um migrants so badly that this is now
Yeah.
like a top 3 issue for half the country.
Yeah, I feel like they're focused on a lot of the wrong things, like especially like the trans issue. I'm like they're probably like 5% of the population, like way less than that is
Less,
trans.
less.
And
I
yeah,
think
way
trans
less.
people are like less than 2% of the population, and if we talk about trans athletes, that's like almost nothing.
Yeah. And that's like their major talking points too. It's like the first thing they want to say is you want boys and girls bathrooms and stuff, but
Yeah.
yeah. All right, well, thank you so much. I just want to say you're doing good and I've been watching all the time. And thank you. Like please hold them all to the standard that they're not holding Trump to. Like it's crazy. But
Will do.
good
Thank
stuff,
you.
man.
Thank you so
I'll
much.
see you.
Bye. Okay. I might instead do a falafel wrap because like I have rice. I have seasoned rice in my fridge, but I don't have a protein to eat with it. So like tomorrow, before live, I can cook a protein to eat with the rice. It's like, what are we thinking? Falafel wrap? I think that could be good. Falafel sounds bomb. Yeah. Yeah, it does. I'm gonna get something on the side. I don't know what yet. I don't know what falafel is. Falafel is like ground up chickpeas. And then they're deep fried. They're like these little. They're almost like croquettes, but when they're made right, mwah, like the seasoning is really good. Is it lentils? I thought it was chickpeas. Chickpea hush puppies. That's a good way to put it. Oh my god, Mim! Thank you so much for telling me to check this message. That's such a good picture. Middle Eastern food loves their garbanzo beans. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're gonna get falafel wrap. Why did I think falafel was like a ball of mush? When they're made poorly, they are a ball of mush, right? But good falafel is crispy. The inside is soft and seasoned. Dan, you know the term sophistry? It describes Elon and Trump perfectly. Ooh. Okay. The definition of sophistry is in my brain. I just need a second. Is it like using false information to fuck, I'm just going to Google it. I used to know what this word meant. There was a y'all need to understand, okay? The version of Dan that you see, this is like a 25-30% version of Dan. There was a version, I don't know what version of Dan was writing essays and working out every day. I don't know what version of Dan that is. That Dan's gone. And that version of Dan used to know what sophistry meant, using false information to deceive people. Oh, okay. Sophistry. The use of fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving. All right, cool. Okay. I'm getting falafel, then I'm going to the next guest. I just need to order it before they close. My brain doesn't work like it used to. Neither does my body, really. Yeah, for real. What did you major in? Business management. Then I have a question about a previous live. Wait, shawarma? No, I'm doing the falafel instead of shawarma. Fallacious, not fellatio. How did Trump violate the 14th Amendment? So when Trump put out his executive order rescinding birthright citizenship, even though it's enshrined in the 14th Amendment, that is a violation of the 14th Amendment. He is also violating the Constitution and the separation of powers when he defies the judiciary in regards to the spending freeze. God, I have too many fucking tabs open. Why am I just frustrated today, chat? Maybe I am hungry. You know what? It's like the Snickers thing. You're not you when you're hungry. All right. The fact that there's 560 of you watching me angrily order falafel is insane. I love you guys. Did you see the executive order bring back plastic straws? Yes, all of the important issues, like the women's sports and the plastic straws, all the important issues are being addressed. Dangry. Okay. Followed you on Twitch. Thank you. Yes. Oh, as a reminder, who hasn't angrily ordered falafel? As a reminder, TikTok might get banned in as little as 7 weeks. So if you're not following on Twitch and YouTube, links are in bio. Oh, perfect. Perfect person while I order this food. Hey, bro.
Music playing. I wasn't sure if that was coming through. I'll rant for a second while you get your much needed food.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I hope you guys are doing well. Or if that's possible nowadays. I've been kind of in and out of the lives, not being too. It's weird because after the election, I had to take a break, but now I'm just like, I'm so angry that I can't help but pay attention to it, and I can't help but consume content where it's like validating my anger, and that's why I love Dan so much. Because when people come on here and say some ridiculous shit, he doesn't like sugar. Like you can see his brain short circuiting. And like that guy who came on here earlier and was like, you're asking him for the he had something about 25 million went to build a road in
Iraq.
Iraq, and his source, you kept like, I was like when you were hitting yourself with the mic, I've never related to anything more, because it was just saying, oh, like, show me a source, Doge, like, like, and it's so funny to me because those same people, when Elon or Trump says something, they automatically believe it to be true, but then when someone else on the other aisle says something, they automatically say it's a lie. So it's just one thing that's really stuck out to me is just how hypocritical the entire Trump and MAGA movement has been since the start. And you have I'm not going to say it's true because I'm not 100% true, or I'm not 100% sure, but I saw something recently that MAGA was all mad about how Chelsea Clinton made $82 million off something. I don't know. And whether it's true or not, the fact that they get outraged by someone who's not the president, hasn't ran in 9 years now, and is not in any form of public office, the president's sons do it and have done it, it's fake news. And it's just it's so infuriating because the goalposts, like, I'm a big football fan. In football, the goalposts are planted in the ground. Trumpers seem to think that you can just pick up and move the goalposts wherever you want. And every time they come into an argument and you just prove them, it's like, well, like I saw live earlier, and it was talking about how Trump pardoned some guy who tased a cop in the neck on uh, during J6,
Yeah.
and the guy was like, "Well, what about the immigrants that Biden let in that did this?" And it's like, first of all, do we forget when we were children when they said two wrongs don't make a right? And also, it's not like it's just constant deflection. It's constant. Well, what about this? Well, what about this? And it's exhausting. And then coming on to the all these plane crashes and stuff. When the first one happened, it's so frustrating and sad and annoying when something horrible happens in this country. People, it's usually Trump supporters, they immediately say, well, who's the boogeyman, whose fault is this, who can we blame it on? Like, sometimes horrible shit just happens, and instead of trying to find someone to blame it on, and I can't really blame them because that's what their cult leader does. We just need to acknowledge that it was terrible, try to have sympathy, and try to at least understand a fraction of what these people's families are going through, and come, like, I remember when, or I don't remember because I wasn't born yet, but I remember, actually, yeah, it's happened when tragedies happen in this country. It usually brought us together. Like, I wasn't alive for 9/11, but I heard after 9/11 it really, and yes, there were some negatives too, but it really kind of brought the country together. And after the Boston bombing, it felt like people were banding together and supporting each other and not caring what the differences were, but just trying to be supportive. And it just seems like this orange felon essayer piece of human shit who's been a lifelong scammer and fraudster. Once he came along, all decency just went out the window. And it's so sad, honestly. Like I feel like for a very long time, this country was, and yes, there's a lot of horrible shit that the government and we have done, and I'm not saying we're perfect, but just felt like we used to be like the beacon of light for democracy, and yes, there's bad people in every, but it's just so frustrating because like the other day I was looking in my closet for a shirt to find, and I'm a big Army football fan, and I have an Army football shirt that has the American flag on it. I've literally not worn anything with an American flag on it since the election because one, I feel ashamed of this country where we're at. Two, I don't want people to look at me because I'm a big white dude. I have a mullet, so when people see me wearing an American flag, they're gonna assume I'm a Trump supporter. Um, and it's just like, and that's a very superficial, petty thing to complain about. But I've just never felt ashamed to be an American and to be in this country and to wake up every day and like I've done, instead of doom scrolling lately, I've been trying to read and educate myself from actual experts and actual good sources. And I'm reading a book right now. It's called the Big Cheat. It's by David K. Johnston, I think. And it's about Trump's first presidency. And it's just like there is just so much endless shit. Like when he would golf exclusively at his own resorts, and he would force the Secret Service to stay in his hotels or stay, and it's like he's profiting off this. And Dan, you correct me if I'm wrong here, but wasn't he the only president ever to not divest from his businesses before going in office?
The only president in modern history. I don't know if
Yeah.
this is the answer.
Okay. Well, yeah. And so my closing statement will be this. I seriously doubt this will happen, but I genuinely hope that we use this as a learning experience and that enough people that are in the cult come to their senses, and when he does shit that makes their life worse, they actually realize whose fault it is, like Trump now blaming inflation going up on Biden. And I just truly hope that people use this as a learning experience and we use this to come together and just stop being so fucking mean and inhumane to each other. And yeah, I seriously doubt it happens, but we can only hope. And we need more people like Dan and Mim and Ange and everyone in the community. We need more people like you guys because it's going to be an uphill battle, but I still believe that there are a lot of good people in this country, and I really hope they prove me right because I don't know. It's very sad that we're at this point, and I genuinely hope democracy survives. And I don't mean to, what's the word? Just like, uh, I can't think of the word, like just be so doom and gloomy, but like, I feel like it's fair by what's going on. But yeah, Dan, thanks again as always. I look forward to coming on here and helping you fill a couple minutes when you're doing something else. So I really really appreciate it. And yeah, just hang in there, guys, and know there are people that care, and just take it one day at a time. I guess that's all I can really say. So thanks everyone. Have a good night, Dan.
Thank you so much. W Bears as always.
Obama.
Thank you, Carmine, for the hand heart. Okay. I'm gonna do guess until the falafel arrives, and then we're done. Did you order me one? Yeah, I got you. Hi, welcome up.
Well, how you doing? Man, that last guy, that dude was, wow. What the hell was he on?
What did you disagree with?
Well, I only heard him say a few things. He didn't say a damn thing that made any sense. I'm not sure why he's even in this country. How in the hell
He's an American
is
citizen.
Trump? Yeah, well, if he's ashamed of the American flag and don't want to wear it, he needs to move. He needs to go on.
Well, I think if it's the country that he's born in and has spent his whole life in, he would want the country to hold itself to the same high standards it used to, rather than just leave and give up. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, at the end of the day, I am a big believer in the Constitution. The current president is violating that, so I'm not super proud of the country we're living in right now.
Well, Joe Biden didn't violate it. Come on, you think Joe Biden was running this country for 4 years?
I'm talking about Donald Trump. Are you driving?
No.
Is that a lie?
I'm sitting in my car eating. Then I'll be driving.
You're eating while it's moving?
I'm sitting in my car eating.
Your car is moving.
My car's not moving. But you think Joe Biden ran this country for 4 years? Do you really believe that?
I don't know what that has to do with what I just talked about. Are you okay with Donald Trump violating the Constitution?
How?
The 14th Amendment outlines the right to birthright citizenship. He issued an executive order rescinding birthright citizenship within the Constitution. The Constitution also outlines the separation of powers in terms of the executive, judiciary, and legislative branches. And Donald Trump is defying both of the other branches by freezing funds that were voted on by Congress, and by defying the court order telling him to unfreeze them. So, if you respect the Constitution, then you should not support Donald Trump. Kind of sounds like you don't care about the Constitution, just care about your cult leader.
Oh, Constitution means everything.
Okay, well then you're against Donald Trump, right?
Funny.
Okay, you want to address any of the things I just said?
They're bringing I'm like 80% of the rest of the country.
Okay,
you guys might as well get used to it.
I need you to address the two things I just mentioned: the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship, and the balance of powers.
Shut up and listen. I'm like 80% of the rest of the country. Democrats, it's going to be...
Nope, that's not addressing what I just talked about. Your sentence needs to start talking about the 14th Amendment or the separation of powers. And until such time, you're not going to get the monologue, you're not going to get the soapbox. You need to respond to what I just said.
You're like every other Democrat. I mean...
Yeah, no, I don't let you pivot. I'm sorry. You can't, if you don't want to live in the same reality, listen, this is how conversations go. When I talk about something, you don't then change the subject, okay? So here's what I'm going to ask you one more time, okay? Let's see if you're man enough to answer my question. Are you okay with Donald Trump violating the 14th Amendment?
Only people violated was the Democrats.
Do you know what the 14th Amendment even says? No.
Only people violated...
The only thing you know... You only know 3 words, which is shall not be... or 4 words. Shall not be infringed. It's the only thing you know about the Constitution. So... You don't know what birthright citizenship is. You don't know that it's enshrined in the 14th Amendment.
We don't owe them people nothing. They're over here living on our tax dime. They're going home. 80% of the country wants it.
What people are you talking? Wait. Okay. So first of all, where are you even getting this 80%? Donald Trump didn't even get 50% of voters, let alone 50% of the country. 80%. You're actually living in a delusional fantasy land. One that sounds disgusting.
Kamala Harris got votes was where there was no voter ID.
Oh, you're one of these guys. Okay.
Bring them over here
I got
to live on the Americans' taxpayers' dime for a vote. They ain't getting no votes.
Sir, has your nurse brought your meds to you yet?
They're not getting no votes.
Sir?
What?
Has your nurse brought your meds to you yet?
Well, I gotta talk loud and make sure you ain't giving no mumble jumble.
Mumble jumble.
Well, you ain't said nothing yet.
Bro,
why
are you
would
trying
I
to?
vote? Tell me why
Yeah.
I should have
so-
voted for Kamala Harris.
No, I'm not going to tell you that until you answer why you're okay with Donald Trump violating the 14th Amendment.
He's not.
Okay, I walk you through it. The 14th Amendment gives the right of citizenship to anyone born in the United States. Donald Trump put out an executive order taking that right away.
That was not in the original Constitution when it was written. No, it wasn't.
Oh, okay. So you're against the amendments. You only care about the first 10 amendments. Is that right?
I care about America.
No. You need to. I'm sorry. I don't know what lives you've been on. You're not gonna just get to pivot and rant and monologue. Okay. So the Constitution, when it was originally written, you are right, did not contain the 14th Amendment. So are you saying that you only? Yes. So are you saying you only care about the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments, and you don't care about any of the ones after that?
Quite frankly, no, I don't. I really don't.
Okay.
I
The
care about
13th Amendment
American
was the one
people.
outlawing slavery. You like that one?
Come on, man. You guys always got to go race.
Well, you just said you were willing to throw out over half the amendments.
Why don't you watch real news? This ain't a color thing, man. It ain't a race thing. It's an American thing. Why do you think that map's pure red? And
Because land can't vote, dingus.
And the only place Harris got votes is where there was no voter ID.
That's not even true. Wait, that's not even true.
The hell it ain't.
That's not even true. Yeah, she got over 40% of the vote in Texas. So you're wrong.
No. Texas is a Republican state and always will
She got over 40% there. They have voter ID. What are you talking about? Just making shit up. Pulling stuff out of your ass. You're coping. The fact of the matter is Donald Trump got less than 50% of the votes. More Americans voted against Trump than voted for Trump. But you are in a cult and you can't fathom that. You can't fathom that.
Oh my God.
What are you laughing at? You want me to just pull up the numbers? You're not going to believe.
Yeah.
Wait, is this the same guy that didn't know that 49 is less than 50?
Rachel Maddox?
Who's Rachel Maddox?
Told you?
No, these are the numbers from
Jim Acosta?
These are numbers
Jim
from the
Acosta,
U.S.
did he
government.
tell you that?
The U.S. Secretary of State.
What Jim Acosta
It's the
told
U.S.
you?
Secretary of State.
Is that what Jim Acosta told you? That's funny.
Richard Moan's live is flagged for civic and electric integrity. Repeated violations could result in them being removed from the live. Natural selection coming through with that cough. I give him 1.5 years. The lies unaliving him as he speaks. Bro, buddy was deaf driving. Yeah, driving us crazy. All right, next guest. Smiling at the death of a person is hello. Hi, welcome up.
So it's me again. Shout out to Bear, but I do want to comment on that guy's first comment, what Richard said, where he's like, "Oh, if you don't like the country, just leave." Bro, our country was founded on people that didn't like where they were at the time. Like, if the British rule, we literally fought back against the British rule because we didn't like how things were being ran in the country. That's the whole premise of this nation, is that's where we started, is we didn't like where things were at. So if you don't like where things are at, the solution isn't to just leave. If you want change, if you want that area to change, you have to stay there and see through to that change. And also what Bear said about the shame around the American flag and its symbolism. I'm a veteran. I served for 5 years. I got out last May, and I literally feel guilt when I look at the flag. I took that oath. I see it as more than just a symbol. I see it as what I committed to. I see it as a lot more than just what it's the pretty colors and the blue, red, and the white and stars. It literally means something to me. And every time I see one hanging, I literally feel a sense of guilt that I wasn't able to do anything. I have to sit here and I just have to watch the nation crumble. I mean, I've helped people on a local scale. I volunteer. I help charities. and that's as much as I can do. I can't run for office. I'm not a U.S. born citizen, but I do help where I can, and it just pisses me off to no end that I can't do anything more to change this country. And when people say just leave, that pisses me off to no end.
So first of all, thank you so much for your service, not just in the military, but everything else you do. You can actually run. You can't run for president, but you can run for I think as far as the House, without being a natural born citizen.
Really? I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
I know there's a House member that I really like that I said he should run for president, and then someone let me know that he wasn't born here. I can't remember who it is. Up to
Okay.
VP? No, not up to VP. I don't think. Senate maybe too. Yeah.
But like we see our senators and we see our congressmen. I don't want to be one of them.
No, I get that.
I'm not.
But you know what? You don't have to be like the ones that most of them are. That's the way we change the House and Senate is to.
But the problem is that when you speak out against other people, then those companies back your opponents, and then you're down on money unless you have some other revenue source like supporters,
It
and they can't really compete with huge PACs.
it is definitely difficult, but there are candidates that only do individual donations that fight against corporations. We have Bernie, who's won that seat for
True.
a million years now.
Back in
We have
the
AOC. It's possible, and enough of those people can hopefully overturn or not overturn, but pass something that would prevent the overturn of Citizens United from being what it is right now. So
the problem is that they're the minority in the most dire time in U.S. history. Like
yeah,
they're the minority, and we. I want to be there right now. I want to teleport into that fucking house and just start slapping people because like there's nothing I can do right here sitting in my bed, and I want to do so much more. But yeah, to Robert, please don't ever tell people to leave the country because they dislike where it's at. The whole point of change is to be discomfortable or to be uncomfortable. That you don't change, you don't grow if you're not uncomfortable. So don't tell people to leave. It's the stupidest thing you can say, and it's the most un-American thing you can say. How do I leave? Let me out.
Oh, you mean of the box?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Have a good night, man.
See you, bro.
All right, going to the next guest. Chat, you were supposed to be reminding me to look forward. Hi, Twitch. Hi, YouTube. Joe, are you there? Joe? Bueller? Hey, Brady. Hey, Louie. Hey, Mim. Hey, Ashley. Okay. I don't know what's going on with Joe. It's Jover, I guess. Hey, Bean. Hey, Lily. Who's Bueller? It's from an old movie called Ferris Bueller's Day Off. This actor named Ben Stein is like this really monotone guy, and he was playing a teacher, and like he would ask questions. Or wait, no, I think he was taking attendance, and Bueller wasn't there, so he's like Bueller, Bueller. But if you get the Bueller reference, then your lower back hurts. So it's like a double-edged sword. It's how Gen X learned about trickle-down economics. Yes, and also the Smoot-Hawley tariffs. Oh my God! Wait, Bueller is not that old. Bueller is. I mean, it was from the '80s, right? All right, guest not connecting. Going to the next guest. My upper back too. Yeah, 1984, 86. Can't confirm. Lower back hurts. 86. Anyone remember Win Ben Stein's money? Yes, I do remember that actually. My neck hurts because I remember that, but it's a Gen X movie. Okay, I'm about to tell you guys. Okay, I usually don't watch old movies for two reasons. One, because I just don't watch that many movies in general, but two, because a lot of them I feel like don't age that well. But there are two movies I really enjoyed. One more serious and one more humorous. And I just want to shout them out because these are movies that I totally would watch multiple times. Whoever said Idiocracy, that is not as old as I'm referring to. And the fact that Idiocracy is considered old makes me feel really old. Okay. 12 Angry Men, amazing movie. And Brewster's Millions, hilarious movie. Shawshank Redemption and Truman Show are both in my top 20 for sure. In Truman Show, probably my top 10. But those aren't as old as I was referring to. I think the movies I was referring to are much older than those. 12 Angry Men is a classic, yeah. Brewster's Millions. Let me pull it up. $1985. Actually, maybe 85 is not that old. I thought this was older. I'm gonna read the synopsis, and you guys are gonna understand why it's so funny. A minor league baseball player must spend $30 million in 30 days in order to inherit $300 million. However, he's not allowed to own any assets, destroy the money, gift it, give it to charity, or tell anyone about the deal. Hilarity ensues. Dan, what year were you born? 1990. 12 Angry Men and Shawshank Redemption were the best. And so Shawshank Redemption is really good. People already mentioned Truman Show. I've seen Truman Show more times than I can count. I love that movie. Same with Groundhog's Day. Have you seen Dune 1 or 2? I haven't. Dan, why can't he just buy mansions? Because those are assets. He can't own any assets at the end of it. Office Space. Ooh, I love Office Space. Yes. Breakfast Club. I like Breakfast Club. I wouldn't say it's one of my favorites, but I definitely like it. And I've seen it more than once. Shawshank Redemption, a good movie, is also the most overrated film of all time. According to Legal Eagle, 12 Angry Men is really accurate too. Oh, I miss watching Legal Eagle. I used to watch him religiously. Dirty Dancing, I've never seen. Clerks. I like Clerks. Oh, okay. This is so dumb. Okay. This is so dumb. I can't. There's a scene in Clerks I always had to fast forward, even though I like the movie Clerks, because they were arguing about Lord of the Rings, and up until 2 years ago, I hadn't seen any of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. So I didn't want to spoil myself, so I'd have to skip that scene every time. Was it Clerks 2 or was it Clerks? They were arguing about Lord of the Rings. I know. I didn't see any of the Lord of the Rings until 2 years ago. Bruh, Dan, lock in. Oh, shit, okay. In a row? Yes, we watched them in a row 2 years ago.
I can't let you lib Dems have any more fun up here. Dan, I came to follow up. I need to know how many trucks, how much did the truck cost? I need to know how much did the trucks cost? How many per truck? Take the number and divide it and tell me.
Oh my god. For those that don't know, this clip will be on YouTube within the next week or so. Shout out to Danger, who's edited 4, maybe 5 YouTube clips so far. I've only posted 1, but we have a at least tentative but possibly permanent editor now. W Danger. And the clip that this man is referencing will be up very soon.
No, yeah, that was like one of the funniest things I've ever witnessed in my entire life. Dan, you're freaking awesome. That's it. Have a great night, man.
You as well. Did you hear that the State Department is going to award $400 million for Tesla armored trucks? I didn't hear that. Did you see the new budget proposal? No, I'm going to look at it before tomorrow's live. Have you given the EK clip to be edited though? No. Okay, so Danger is only editing the VODs that are on YouTube. The stuff that's on TikTok, I still need to go and edit. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna. I really wish. I really wish we had some kind of commitment that TikTok wasn't gonna get banned. Okay, and I'll tell you why. All right, I want to have a live. Okay, where I sell off all my fucking inventory for my day job so that I can focus on this. The problem is, okay, if TikTok gets banned and I do that, then I'm kind of unemployed. So, like if they can, it's gonna come down to the wire. Yeah, I want to see the Rip Frank clip. That's another good one. We might have to start with the celebrations boxes. And you have first dibs on everything back there. You could just do that anyway. Do some lives on YouTube and Twitch exclusively to get people to follow. No. So if I sell all my inventory, or especially if I sell it like at a bit of a discount to just so I have more time on my hands, then I'm gonna have and TikTok gets banned. I'm gonna have a period of time where I just have no income, and that's not gonna be good. I'll take the Pokemon. But if we can get some kind of guarantee that TikTok's not getting banned, I don't know, man. I'm tired. We've been live for 5 hours. My falafel's still not here. YouTube delayed, not in real time. Ooh, that's not good. Couldn't you just go full-time YouTube? So right now, I don't make any money on YouTube, except for the super chats, which I think I've made under $20 on YouTube, and we've been live on YouTube for I think almost a month. We have 90,000 followers on TikTok and only 3,000 on YouTube. So as much as I'd love to try to do that, I don't want to put all my eggs in a basket that isn't there yet. That's the issue with that. So, Falafel, can you hear me? All right. Well, Falafel's still not here, so we're taking guess. Especially with the price of eggs right now. Does Blue Sky have a live? I'm not sure. Get Instagram too and do reels. I have Instagram. It's in my bio. I've done some reels. They don't do well. Found this on Facebook. Bruh got an executive order for everything but them grocery and gas prices. Wait, what did you find on Facebook? Oh, the thing you just wrote. Substack. Yeah, I gotta work on that.
So I wanted to clarify what I was saying is do lives just on YouTube and Twitch, and once you have all of your normal following on those platforms, then you can do the sell-off. But if we do some lives that are just on those platforms, then that would help because eventually it sounds like we may not really have a choice anyway.
The
So
problem
we're kind of just delaying the inevitable.
the problem is that that would mean no growth essentially. If we did lives just on YouTube and Twitch, it would kind of like be a call to action for the people that currently follow on TikTok to be like, "Oh shit, okay, he's live and he's not on live on TikTok. I guess I'll go follow." But it won't actually accrue any new people because TikTok is where all the discovery is.
Right. So like that's what I'm saying. Like, don't do it like exclusively to start. It would be just to make sure that everybody is indeed following on both of those platforms so that when you do switch over, you have everybody already there. Right? As opposed to right now where people are only doing it occasionally, which like totally makes sense with where we're at, but it would kind of give us that little gentle push in the direction. It's just an idea.
No,
but...
no more gentle pushes. There's 500 of you in here. Follow on YouTube and Twitch. This is an order. All right,
Oh,
thank you so
goodness.
much, man.
You're welcome. There was something else. I already forgot it though. Trying to brainstorm, see if I can remember it. Oh, somebody said Substack. I wanted to comment on that because that was 2 times that I saw it. Substack had an issue recently where they had people that were posting Nazi content, and they did not immediately make a statement and say, absolutely not, we're not going to allow this here. They didn't do anything about it until people kind of threw a fit, and they only removed the accounts that people threw a fit about. So they have not, as a company, made a statement. So the policy that we have in the Discord is to treat it like Wikipedia and go find like the sources that they are referencing. Don't use Substack as the reference. So I just wanted to share that.
All right.
I hope your food is here soon.
I hope so too. Let me see. Let me see if it's been picked up. The guy has 1 stop along the way. Dan should run a poll on YouTube about where people are coming from. I'm sure YouTube is recommending him. I actually did run a poll like that last week, and it was about 85% were coming from TikTok. Yeah, Ty took care of the spammer. Thank you, Ty. Did you not tip the falafel guy? I did tip. Well, he's not the falafel guy. He's just the guy. Dan, what's your favorite Pokemon? If we're talking non-legendary, probably Annihilate or Golurk. Once you move legendaries into it, I really don't know. It's a tough call. Dan, did you see your sim in the Discord? My sim? No, I don't think I did. Dan, I'm Tekka, by the way. I changed my name. Oh, okay. I'll take a look in a bit. Oh, actually, Mim just forwarded it to me. Deoxys. Deoxys low key. I really like Deoxys. Good night, Ryan. All right, guess not connecting. Rayquaza better though. Damn, it's actually really tough. I really like Deoxys more than the average person. But Rayquaza is... Rayquaza is... Or is it Rayquaza? Rayquaza is... Like... What's the word here? Like when someone's conventionally attractive, Rayquaza is conventionally awesome. Right? Have you gotten any international opinions yet, Dan? Yeah. I love them both, but Rayquaza is my favorite. Rayquaza also has a mega form. If Deoxys had a mega form, Rayquaza? No. Quay? How, Quay? I think it's looking more likely RFK will be confirmed. I haven't been following it. Guess not connecting. Going to the next guest. Shauna, thank you so much for Rhythmic Bear. That was awesome. Hold on, that actually got me pumped up. Can we get some cat jams in Twitch chat? Obama. Lily, thank you for the hand heart. I've never seen that gift before. Pretty sure it's Rayquaza. Okay, hold on. How do you pronounce? wait, hold on. Chat. Wait. Look at what it says. Look at what the autofills are. How do you pronounce the year 1111? How do you pronounce Florida? How do you pronounce Miami? How do you pronounce Win? How do you pronounce SZA? I actually don't know how to pronounce that person. How do you pronounce this is Elon's child? How do you pronounce Doge? How do you pronounce 1111? 1111?
Rayquaza.
What? I've been wrong for 23 years? That's me right now. Pronouncing it Rayquaza. All right, chat. I think we might be done with politics.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
Hi. I just have a few points for you. Number one, why are you against tariffs?
I'm not against tariffs. I'm against blanket tariffs. I'm also against tariffs directed at countries.
Do you support like Trump's tariffs, what he's doing right now?
No.
Why not?
Well, because he's targeting our allies with tariffs that aren't just on certain industries, but are on all products. And that's just going to lead to an increase in the cost of living for regular Americans like us.
Do you agree with like the point of like nationalism, just like basing our own like goods in America, making our own goods?
Well, the United States can't make all goods. It's not possible.
Why not?
Number one, we don't have the infrastructure for certain things. Number two, we don't have the climate for certain things. Number three, we don't have the rare earth minerals for certain things.
I could just see the point that like there's a bunch of homeless people. We can just use like terrorists to employ them.
You said we can use tariffs to employ homeless people?
Yeah, because they don't have jobs, so we can use tariffs to base our manufacturing here, and then we can hire the homeless people.
Are you trolling?
Absolutely not. We have so many homeless people in this country. Why can't we just employ them? It just doesn't make any sense.
Do you think the reason they're homeless is because there aren't jobs
I
for
mean,
them?
why do you? Why do you think they're begging for money? Because they don't have a job, so we can just use tariffs to employ them.
How old are you?
Trolling, fuck Trump. I'm sorry.
Sorry if I end up coughing. I'm sick as crap. I did remember my fun fact though. Abraham Lincoln's eldest son, Robert Todd Lincoln, about a year to 2 years before Abraham Lincoln was assassinated in 1845, was involved in a train accident because he was shoved and went under the train, and he was saved by John Wilkes Booth's older brother, Edwin Booth, only to have Abraham Lincoln be assassinated a year and a half to 2 years later. So I thought that was pretty funny to have that redundant, that connection. Yeah, the irony.
Interesting.
That's all I wanted to say.
All right.
Love you, Dan.
Love you too. Okay. We're done with politics for the night. Thank you all for being here. If you're not following, make sure you're following on TikTok, just in case it doesn't get banned. But if it does get banned, make sure you're following on YouTube and Twitch, which are in my bio. One second. Okay, so we're turning this off. This. We're moving me up. Okay. And then I think we're gonna end the Twitch and YouTube stream right now. So if you are watching on Twitch or YouTube, I love you. But the remainder of this live will be exclusively on TikTok. Good night, Twitch and YouTube. By the way, did you guys notice how I worded it that time? Because last time I said, Twitch and YouTube, I'm ending your lives. And that was a threat. Yeah, I worded it better this time. Usopp has better observation hockey than Katakuri. Prove me wrong. That is an unhinged take. Okay. Bye, YouTube. Bye, Twitch.